Oh, yeah, sure, it's fine.
All right, so this is the Town of Nantucket Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. We're here to deliberate about the Surfside Crossing 40B. It is June, what is today?
8th?
7th, June 7th, 2019. Okay, so we got the working draft last night, but it didn't get sent out to everybody till today. So we can go over it in some detail. We've already been over it in a lot of detail. There aren't that many changes, but Mike is here if we want to talk to him, but we can't really talk to Mike about, George, can we talk to Mike about traffic?
No, he can't introduce any new information.
Right.
I
So,
mean, if there was some point of clarification, that you were looking for on the existing record, I've seen boards ask, a question in that limited circumstance, but I always recommend kind of taking in any.
So he can probably leave
I
then.
don't think you have to hang unless you want to. I'm
He
sorry.
can't ask you a question.
I don't think we really can ask you anything.
Okay. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. I should have said that before,
Oh, I have one.
but I
think.
figured you wanted your cookie or something. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you should take a cookie for your time. Thank you.
What's the difference?
Thanks, Tucker.
These are enormous.
It was on this, right? The
Thanks, Tucker.
duplex and the fourplex.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anybody else.
Where did you see the fourplex?
No.
let's see.
I like this one.
I do too.
I mean, I know it's not Nantucket, but like.
No, but that looks like a nice,
little place to.
yeah, let me see.
What,
Hold on, let me get back to the,
what is the difference between these two?
One is just bigger and easier to read. The one Tucker gave
Oh,
us is
that's good
just
for
gonna be
me,
more
yeah.
clear.
so I think I went back to types. Click here, just fourplex.
All right. The only other thing on traffic, I didn't see a dollar amount in the
Not in the
most
draft.
recent draft.
Like that. I mean, I know it's not Nantucket, but
Yeah,
it's 4.
we're
So
open.
it faces
We're good to
street.
go.
It's not that much.
So good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I had a question of, and I'm George Pucci from Town Council's office. I had a question about that. I didn't know, does the formula change in the event that you did something with the unit number, or was the formula?
I mean, arguably, I don't know if a formula, yeah, there probably was a formula that was attached.
Are you looking for a dollar amount in that condition, or, okay. All right.
I thought that would be the easiest. How does everybody feel about the dollar amount?
Of what? Sorry. I was-
Traffic mitigation.
Oh, I thought what was proposed earlier was ridiculously low. Wasn't it?
It is ridiculously low, but there was a formula that it was based on. I don't have the formula in front of me, but yeah, it was
It was,
somehow the fair share of, and I didn't come up with it, the consultants came up with it. And I think agreed to the methodology. And then George's question, I think that was, the last iteration was for the 100-unit plan.
I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't make it less, even if we have less units in there.
Was it 5% of total development costs, or was it?
I thought it was a percentage of the cost of the improvement.
Right.
And I don't remember what
Yeah, that had nothing to do
was.
with the development cost. It
I'm
had
trying
to
see if
do
I
with
have
the
notes here,
improvement. Now, again, if there is no improvement, I don't see how that works, but it would make more sense to have it as a percentage of the,
I know.
but I don't think that was the formula.
Yeah, it says, okay, 4.8 million, roundabouts, 4.8 million, 132,000 and 67,000, only 200 grand they would have to submit. I just said, seems low. So it's 132 for one roundabout and 67 for the other, I guess.
Yeah, I think as you get further away, the idea is your traffic is less impactful because arguably you can turn elsewhere.
Right.
What date was that?
I don't know, I
You don't
didn't
keep
date
them.
it.
Many of you have access, I know the Wi-Fi is not working, but I did email you all after the 5:20 meeting. I believe that's the date, because you had asked for information, all the traffic stuff, including the select board.
Oh, right, you did send that.
So it's in there, and I highlighted the relevant information.
Do you have access to that on your computer?
I do.
Personally, I can't.
I
even
think
get
I
onto it.
might. Let me see if I can find it.
I didn't bring my whole package, but it was pretty clearly spelled out in one of those documents.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it might have been after 5/28.
This is when you sent us all of the letters, right? And you said,
The
Yeah.
select board.
Yeah.
yeah, all right, let me see, I have it here. Select board letters, here it is.
I mean, do we all agree we should put a dollar amount in for mitigation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're past that. So then it's a function of, then the question is, I believe the equation, if we're going to use the equation, and I don't know how we couldn't use the equation because we're not traffic people. I believe it was for the 100 units. So,
So why don't we just prorate that to what we're proposing?
right, so if, for ease of math, if the 100 units were 200 and we were proving 100 or 50, whatever, we would just use that percentage.
Absolutely.
That works for me.
You don't think you can just leave it at 200?
Well, I think you can do whatever, we can do whatever we want
It just
within
seems like a
reason.
very small amount of money for,
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe,
Could
but
George-
if I'm the only person that believes that, it just seems like,
No, I agree 100% that it's a very small amount of money.
I agree with you, Lisa, but I think that there are, my gut feeling is, let's just do what the town asked for, prorated. I mean, the town's got bigger traffic problems that this developer is gonna, I mean, he can't fix the town's traffic problems. And I just think it's reasonable to prorate what the town is, suggested.
I don't know if the town suggested it, but yeah, there was a formula that the town suggested the
I think the
gross
town-
dollar amount of the improvements.
yeah.
I mean, I'm just
I
saying,
thought that those numbers came from the town.
they could have, Jeff, I don't remember.
They came from all the consultants met, they had teleconferences and so forth, and they, back in late October, early November, collaborated. So we had Beta Group, we had the proponents, traffic consultant, Mike Burns, and Tetra Tech were all working together to come up with a formula.
I mean, it's
That's
sort of
what they
big,
came up
And the
with.
select board then adopted them. So I believe there's a letter in which they
I think so.
confirmed.
I think that's what I'm looking at, so
And
that's
it's
the
based on
33
number of
page.
units.
Yeah, well, clearly the number of units, if there were 4 units, the traffic would be a hell of a lot less. So yeah, it's definitely based on the number of
But they
units.
still have to build a rotary, so what difference does it make? I don't know. It just seems.
Well, but that's why you would only pay your fair share. If you only,
I think I can put in, I think I understand what you're looking for, unless you wanna discuss it further.
No, we don't have to.
Maybe that's it.
I don't disagree with you that it's doesn't seem right, but
It's a little
It-
different, actually.
Yes,
It's
yeah,
a little different,
this is it.
then what? Than what we're talking about?
yeah,
How's it different? Do you have it?
5.5%.
yeah,
Yeah, it's not showing up highlighted.
yeah, just a point of clarification. One is just,
Yeah, I mean, I
Scroll
think
through,
the
they're-
original was
They-
based
They're
on
dated.
the
I put that cover.
percentage impact that the traffic
Yeah, it was
studies
my concern.
indicated this development would have
Yeah.
on that location.
Right.
It was pro-rata.
Right. If for some reason it was determined this was going to add 50 or be responsible for 50% of the traffic, they would be paying 50%. But
Yeah.
they determined that it was, I don't know, it was under 5%, I believe. And I mean, we could do the math. It's roughly 5%, 200 or 4.5 million. So it's a little less. So
But I think one of the things that we
This is
never
what
got to
Eleanor
talk about,
sent
and
us.
I don't want to, is the amount of traffic that was going to be created, not just in that neighborhood alone, what's going to be. But I guess we're talking about outside of the neighborhood, off of South Shore Road.
And I think one of the points that was brought up at some point was existing, like, it's not the developer's job or responsibility to fix
The traffic.
existing problems, even if they're exacerbated by their development. I mean, they can help mitigate, like we're talking about, but
right.
it has to be
yeah,
reasonable.
And your condition would have to be related to their impact.
So,
So in other words, if it's an already bad situation, if they're contributing to that,
so crosswalks, speed
right,
bumps.
you can take that into
Things like
account, but
that.
you need to causally relate it to their impact.
I mean, clearly it's going to have an impact. I think we agree with that. It's
It's
the
just what's-
function
Just a
of,
way of quantifying it.
yeah, you have to quantify it somehow. And
Right.
the selectman letter talks about the 100-unit plan, that this would add 5.5% proportional mitigation contribution is what they figured, 132,000. And on the other, if you go further down on the Mycomet Road, Surfside Road roundabout, it would be 2.8 or 67.2. Yeah, again, this is tied, the tough thing about this, George, is this is tied specifically to two. I mean, I think the language should say it's based on this, the idea of this letter, but these improvements may never happen. So then it would go into the general traffic mitigation. I mean,
Well, that's why, well, first of all, that's why I left it blank and just left a placeholder. And second, I think you still have to put a dollar figure on it.
yeah, no, I would put the dollar figure on it myself. I mean, we could either use the 130, call it $200,000 for easy math, even though it was based on the 100, or we can go up or
I would-
down.
See, I would leave it at 200.
Okay.
But, I don't know.
That was based on
That was
100
based on 100
units.
units, but just doesn't seem like that much money for the size of this development. Seems like a small amount of money to pay.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to render the project uneconomic, whether it's 200 or,
150.
yeah, I agree with you.
So, but, you know, if you don't think it's a fair way, that's not based on any, anything that we could fall back on in terms of formula, and you want to make it lower, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with Lisa, but we're up against also treating the developer differently than any other developer.
Right.
And I'm
Right.
guessing that
What did we
whatever
do?
the engineers in the town came up with is probably how the planning board would deal with it. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. If
Yeah, that's the legal
Right.
standard. In other words, you can reject peer review reports or opinions or expert opinions, but you need to have a basis to reject it. So if the only evidence that you have is the evidence that you're citing, you really have to rely on that, or you can be overturned on it.
I mean, I don't think we ever argued the point that we did not agree with the consultants across the board, and certainly didn't give any reasoning for disagreeing with them, other than we didn't like it, which I don't think is an
well, I
adequate
don't
legal
think,
standard.
but again, my recollection is we never really got to talk about the traffic.
Well, we
any
talked
great-
about it a lot,
A
but
lot, but not in any
Not
great
in any
detail.
great detail. But is the issue what you were just saying, Ed, that this is specifically tied to, these dollar amounts are specifically tied to the
yeah,
roundabout, which
the two roundabouts.
are not happening now?
Well, they're not happening now. All I'm saying is it's based on that. I think the language should say it's based on a calculation of two roundabouts, you know, which may or may not happen, but
What
there's-
happens if they don't happen, then can that money be used for other?
yeah,
I mean, that's the question I had. That's why I was a little perplexed about exactly what we're ordering here, because I don't know about that, but I heard that it wasn't happening, and
well, it didn't. One of them got shot down at town meeting this year. That doesn't mean it won't come back.
right.
But I mean, if we're asking them then to escrow, is it like that those funds would be escrowed in the event there was a roundabout, or can we just say in like for traffic improvements
Yeah, why
related
can't
to
we
this
condition
area?
Yeah, for traffic improvements, period. That's all I'm saying. We
or
don't
at
want to.
those two intersections, whatever improvements.
Yeah, and really you can only go on the evidence that's before you, and that's regardless of what happens in the future with those improvements, that was the recommendation that's before you. They gave you the cost and they gave you a percentage allocation.
But
I think you have
get-
to it would be paid to the town, it wouldn't be escrowed.
Yeah.
But wouldn't the developer then say, well, why would we pay $200,000
isn't
to
gonna
a
happen.
roundabout that got voted down at town meeting?
Yeah.
This letter came before town right? It was in December and then town meeting, the vote down was in April, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean that, especially once this development is built and there's more traffic, obviously, that item might not come back to town meeting, and everybody might say, oh, wow, the
It was
Rotary,
approved at town meeting, it just didn't pass the ballot.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
didn't
that's, sorry,
pass the
sorry,
ballot.
yes, exactly,
Yeah, that
sorry,
is the
sorry,
difference,
sorry,
but
you're right.
I suspect that they'll figure out a solution here, because if it's truly a problem, which it is, you know, whether it's put up a traffic light or, you know, just because it didn't get approved this year,
Yeah, I agree.
it would be towards any
Right, so,
improvements.
right, so we would say that it can go towards any improvements, like recommended by the
Crosswalk.
town or by the peer reviewer, right?
Yeah, and well, that's why I didn't have language that you're asking for now about specifying why we're doing it. I'm just putting it, you know, a condition, putting it in some certain.
That's fine. I think it can be, it doesn't have, but then in the
Say in
same,
a perfect world, you do an approval and the developer's happy with your approval, but they say, well, I really need you to modify that condition because you're not going forward with the roundabout. Here's what I propose. We'll pay this instead. You could, I mean, that could really be a modification. That's a very perfect world hypothetical, but
well, I think
it
we,
turns out that things in the future end up different than they are now, then they deal with that then.
yeah, I think we can put in a dollar amount, and if it become, you know, if it's a point that is, somebody wants to talk about it at a later point, we talk about it, but it doesn't have to be tied to, I don't think it has to be tied to the selectman's letter. I'm just saying that would be the basis for our calculation.
Right, how we came up with a dollar.
I'm not even talking about necessarily putting that in the decision if you aren't comfortable, but that, if we're
I'll work
talking,
with it.
to-
Yeah, no, you can probably build it in a little bit.
yeah, if we're talking at the next step, it's not like we just pulled that number out of our hat.
Right,
I mean, I think in a parenthetical or something, you include
Yes.
the basis for how we came up with that number. That way, if the units change, they could always refer back to it and come up with that different pro rata. Sure.
Okay, so are we good with that?
Sure.
Can I just interject just a little bit about the status of where you're at and what my recommended procedure would be, and you can accept or reject the advice of counsel. So I just wanted to update you. Since I was last in for deliberations, the conversation started to turn very interesting and, you know, more really looking at what you wanted to do with the project, talking about various options, an approval with conditions or possibly a denial. Following that meeting, just to give us sufficient time so we didn't have to scramble to get a written decision filed with the town clerk, I asked for an extension of the deadline to file the written decision to a week from today. That gives you a chance, if you need them, to do further substantive deliberations on Monday, as opposed to just physically signing a decision and filing it with the town clerk. It used to be the deadline that you'd have to have made that filing by Monday.
But today's the last day of deliberations,
No, you can still have deliberations. Deliberations have to close on Monday.
on Monday.
You just don't have to have
Maybe.
deliberations and scramble to do a written decision on Monday.
But we cannot deliberate after Monday.
You cannot
Even though
deliberate
the
after
decision-
Monday.
Okay.
So what you want to have either today or by Monday, if you need further deliberations, would to have a decision on the project, a vote. As a result of your deliberations, you've reached consensus on a lot of issues that are reflected in the draft comprehensive permit decision, drafted in the form of an approval with conditions. And other consensus issues have been reached that are just subject to language that we make sure we protect all of your interests in conditioning it. So the consensus you reached was you didn't feel you had grounds to deny a water permit, but you were concerned about Mass DEP's failure to date to extend the town's capacity. So you wanted to have some type of condition in there to make sure that that issue got resolved before they get that water connection. Another issue that you reach consensus on is, and you know, you can change your mind because deliberations are still open, but you reach consensus on accepting the Weston and Sampson preferred option for the town for public sewer. So those types of issues can be incorporated into this written decision that you would end up signing, but you don't have to wait for that. That would really be for council to make sure that you have everything you need to protect you in the future based on the fact that you wanted to accept that recommendation. Other things on the decision before you, I added some language about the town's efforts on affordable housing, some further language about the factual background of the case and public opposition to the project, some refinement on some of the conditions. I filled in the recommendations from Mr. Chesia. Some of those overlap with a lot of the pre-building permit conditions that I have later in the decision, so that's just really, again, work for the author of it to make sure that we're not duplicating things or saying the same thing in a different way so that it's confusing. You've kind of reached agreement on that. So what I'd recommend you do, either today or Monday, would be to deliberate on whether you want to deny the application, or whether you want to vote to approve the application with conditions. And if in the event that you approve the application with conditions, you would want to vote a specific number of units, and you'd also want to vote the form of those units, the types of buildings that you're allowing or not allowing. I think you've already reached consensus, depending on if you did approve certain buildings, what the dimensions would have to be and what the all the lot size requirements, all of that would be. So you don't really need further discussion on those issues. You just really need a vote now on this application, whether you want to deny it or approve it with conditions. If it's an approval with conditions, how many units you're granting and what type of form of units those would be approved, single family, duplexes, fourplexes, et cetera. The other thing I'd recommend you do, just in terms of the timing of it, would be in the event you reach those votes, either today or Monday, hopefully today if you can get there, what I'd recommend you do is authorize the chair to work with council to finalize the terms of the written decision, and then that would be finalized by council, sent to Eleanor, and then that would be made available for you to sign in time for Eleanor to do the filing with the town clerk a week from today. And that, you're not authorizing the chair in that event to change anything that you've reached consensus or voted on. You just authorizing him to work with council to make sure that your decision has everything in it that you need to protect you under the permit as you've voted on it.
Okay. I don't have a problem with any of that, other than as much as possible, I would prefer that there's consensus, that everybody's had their eyeballs on as much of this as possible versus, me being authorized to, fine-tooth comb it, only because everybody has a different viewpoint. And I think we're pretty close to that. And we may very well get to the point where we can vote today, which I'm fine with. I don't want to drag it out any more than anybody. I just want to be pretty comfortable that everybody thinks that there's only a few things that maybe aren't in here, and they're not. Again, it's mostly protections, and it's dotting the I's and crossing the T's. So anyway, having said that, I don't. There were a couple things that you mentioned, George, that I'm not sure we came to. I thought we maybe came to a different consensus, if you will, on the sewer. I thought we had also offered the notion of an alternative. The alternative being the developer could put in there.
Force main.
Yeah. Because either way, you have to hook into the manifold at the other end. The gravity needs a pump to get up into the headworks anyway.
Did we say,
Could you
yeah,
repeat
we're gonna
what you said, Jeff? I'm sorry. What force main?
Force.
On-site force main.
We did, yeah.
That may have come up in Friday last, I was not.
So, again, I'm not taking a strong position one way or the other, but I thought that's where we left it last time, so that,
I think so. There was a
I can
choice,
look at my
think.
notes, but yeah, I'm pretty
So
sure we
you mean
did.
a true either or. on this. They could pursue either gravity or,
Who was-
even though the town,
Well, I think you
their
would say
preference
that the
would be
town
that.
preferred option, which is what it says now, is the gravity feed issue, but
Yeah, that we said.
And if they went with that route, it's entirely probable that the town would make some contribution towards that gravity system, because it's,
There
it
was,
allows other people to tie into that.
yeah,
right.
I agree.
There was an issue about this alternative of.
What was that?
How and where to connect the new force main. During the repair of the 16-inch force main that failed during the winter of 2018, a break at the force main manifold at the wastewater treatment facility occurred. Due to the age and location, there is concern for the structural condition of the force main manifold, as well as the force main pipe from the manifold to the headworks.
All right, this is, I'm playing the devil's advocate here, George. The problem is with the gravity feed, it's below the headworks, so they have to tie into that manifold anyway. You have to put the pump at the station. I believe, Jeff, is that correct? So one way or the other, there's a pump that ties into that manifold. So I don't think that holds up to scrutiny,
Well, that
unfortunately.
manifold may get, I mean, they may have to modify that
Well,
manifold.
one way or the other, it would have to, right?
Sure.
And is the town's sewer plants manifold problems the developers, or one way or the other, that the manifold needs to be modified, probably?
Existing infrastructure problems are not their
Right.
concern, but if you can condition the project so that it's feasible for them to get what they need and not necessarily fix the town's pre-existing problem, and that's permittable under the regulations. So in other words, if there's a feasible alternative that doesn't involve this non-preferred approach, that's defensible. So yes, you can. If there's a problem, as I just read it to you, and that other option doesn't, and the other option is feasible, that's a defensible condition. So that, I just want to be clear. about-
Defensible as written now, or with the alternative?
No, as written now. So if you want that alternative, so I guess all I'm saying to you is, and the reason you don't see that in, I recall very well, is absolutely Jeff had talked about it, and we talked about putting an alternative into the permit. And the reason I didn't is I went back through Weston's and Sampson's materials, and their recommendations were very clear to you. And so you're, based on your own, knowledge and experience of information on the ground, are coming up with an alternative, but it definitely is not what your sewer consultant recommended. One condition that could be put in is this. It says, although a gravity sewer along South Shore Road from the proposed project to the treatment facility and the installation of a new pump station at the facility to pump flow up to the headworks remains the strong preference of the town, the board would also consider an alternative which would require the installation of a pump station at the project and a new dedicated force main along South Shore Road that would flow directly to the wastewater treatment facility, subject to review and approval of such alternative by the town's sewer director. That would be the alternate language. If you want that in and you vote it as your consensus, then I will add that into the final draft.
I think that's reasonable. And that was my point last week, is, I mean, this is, the town has always allowed people to install a force main on their own property and pump to a facility. And if they can do that, in a way that's approved by the sewer department, then it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading over the Weston and Sampson's notes, and the recommendation are they shouldn't tie into the town's existing force mains. We're clear on that. Wastewater system for the proposed development shall include the town's preferred option, which is gravity. The deficiencies are. No sewer fee. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say anything about that.
So if you wanna, if the consensus of the board is to have that alternative, I'll put that in the final draft.
Well, the only reason I have concern about it, I mean, I'm happy with the gravity or their, you know, but is that it's a big number to go from the force main to the gravity. And if it renders things on, you know, if it puts us in a precarious position, if we're going the approval with conditions route, you know, does the lack of an alternative that, as Jeff said, 10-to-1, if this was a 40A, they would be putting a force main down that road.
Yeah, then I wouldn't treat them different. I mean, that's a relevant consideration. Are you treating them
Okay.
differently?
But then aren't we giving them the opportunity to not be treated differently by saying, you know, Weston and Sampson recommends this for the town because of the events of last year? And if the sewer department were to find its way to approve the on-site force main, then that's fine too. Like, it would just have to be,
That would be treating them the same,
yeah,
right?
so,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we need to treat it, unfortunately.
But that's, a 40A would be treated this way in this situation?
I think after the events of last year, I would think David Gray would have the same opinion that he gave us for this development than he would if it was.
No, I mean with the gravity
Well, this-
versus the
Well,
force.
what was David Gray, I don't remember what David Gray recommended, but I know what he said they couldn't do. And it would be the same for a 40A I think it would be the same for anybody coming in the door with that request.
I think the
That side.
issue, Jim, was that there was really no specific drawings or calcs or anything that Wesson and Sampson could analyze in terms of the applicant's proposed notion of a force main. They did, you know, pretty much categorically say no to tying into the existing force mains. I think we're all good on that. You can't tie into the existing force mains.
Right.
I mean, that should be clear. But I do think if this were 7 lots and they wanted to do sewer versus, well, septic, they probably would be able to put a force main in. Don't you think?
Then that's, okay, then that's the answer.
I mean, given the
From a
fact that there's
reasonableness
capacity.
standpoint. Yeah, from a reasonableness.
They've never made anybody do a connection like that.
You mean,
In my experience, they've never made, there are no other pump stations, you know, within the Surfside treatment facility. You know, there's only one, you know, there's one, it all gets pumped there. There's no gravity line that goes to the Surfside treatment facility with a pump station on that site.
but I can see if that they may want to change their tune
Well, they may,
and
they
get,
may.
so those force mains probably can drop into gravity earlier and go down there and,
Possibly, sure.
I mean, that was the rational basis that you were putting this in. And David Gray said that in the hearings from the very beginning. In light of, you know, the light of the history and what the existing infrastructure is, that would be what he would prefer to see, is the gravity line.
So how does that run up against the developer not being responsible for fixing town issues?
Yeah.
Or is that just because we had this issue and now moving forward?
Came to light,
things have
that's
to
the
change?
conditions now. I think
Right.
it's definitely a rational basis for why you would treat this a little differently now. Because arguably, a 40A would come in now and you would say the same thing that
Right.
David's recommending.
Right.
But as Jeff said, you're trying to treat them equally to how they've been treated, and you haven't seen this requirement.
well, the other issue, George, would be, I think if they were insistent you do gravity, you know, I think you would only arguably have to pay for your fair share.
Correct.
And David Gray did state that in that
Correct.
meeting, that he, you know,
He was willing to be part of the process
Absolutely,
and
sure.
funding for that. So, you know, having said that, because that was in the record, I believe that David said that. You know, maybe we keep things as they are, because the
don't give them the
applicant
option.
isn't going to have to foot the entire bill. They would only have to foot their reasonable share.
And that would come out if they appealed, saying that that was part of the reason making it uneconomic, and that would come out in that the town, it's not just that, they're not paying 100%, the town was willing to work with them, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I think it could be worded that way, that they would only be obligated to pay their fair share.
Is that 6,000 times the number of units? Is that the fair share?
I have no idea how
They
that
never
would be.
talked about any.
Yeah, we did not get that
So it's
far.
not the sewer entry fee, it's beyond that.
No,
Yeah.
you have to pay the sewer entry fee no
But
matter
I would wanna
what.
tie that to some, I mean, I don't remember personally David Gray saying or having any, letters that said that the town was gonna pitch in for that. I believe you guys that it's in there, I just don't remember that. But do we wanna reference that in the decision?
It wasn't in there.
It's not, he did
No,
not say that?
I don't deny he said it, but it's not.
It's not part of the record.
Yeah, I don't have.
He said it as part of that meeting, that side meeting that we had, George.
There was, so there was a meeting.
Oh, that you were
where-
that.
Oh, so
Yeah,
it wasn't
I don't
at
remember
our,
him saying that
Okay.
in public meeting.
Cause I would be very wary to put that in our decision if we don't have any, we can't get more information from the town, but we can't confirm with the town that is actually what they would do.
right, and he has the authority to make that.
But it would come out if there was an appeal based on that. If the developer appealed based on that, then there would be a hearing, and then I'm sure, I would
Yeah, it
assume
would. I
David
mean,
Gray or
you know,
someone.
we can maybe add some language into the preferred alternative that this would be subject to, you know, I
Town
don't know, an
review.
allocated share.
Yeah, but is that true?
Well, Jeff seems to recall it. I
I-
was dealing with a lot of things in that conference call that day, so
I think it's fair to assume that the town, if it's the preferred option to put in a large gravity line, that they want, I mean, this was their preferred option for that area, regardless of this subdivision, I believe. Because I believe that was in the record that their, you know, for lack of a better word, master plan, this isn't something that came up out of this meeting. That was part and parcel of their planning process.
So George, how you said earlier that we could, if we had a specific question for, the traffic, Mike, to clarify something in the record, is this an instance where we could get clarification from the sewer department on that point? I just don't want to assume and put something in a decision, then the town is like,
right. I can review my materials, my notes from that, and
Well, I don't think we're gonna get anything by Monday. I don't mean to interrupt, George. I don't think we're getting anything from the sewer department by Monday.
it's
Because,
only the
I think
general
it's
concept.
yeah,
It's completely unreasonable for them to be expected to install a gravity sewer line down to a town-owned facility, put a force main in, and not get some sort of contribution towards
I
that
agree, but I
cost.
think during the
Anybody who
conversation,
lives on Social Road can now tie into that line. No pump station, it's a gravity system.
I
agree with you, but I feel like the developer, during all these conversations, one of their biggest things was that this was gonna cost them $2 million or whatever, this is gonna be so expensive, and that's what made it, not an option for them. But I don't remember ever the town coming forth and saying, oh no, you don't have to pay the whole 2 million or whatever it is, we're gonna work with you. Because of like the conversation, maybe we just never got there in the conversation, and I wasn't privy to the conversation that
Right.
you guys were a part of, the separate
Yeah,
one.
the only
but-
one that I remember is Dan Bracken saying, well, it's just too expensive for us to do that.
Yeah, and I don't remember anybody from the town getting up and saying, oh, well, you wouldn't bear the whole cost, you'd be providing a service to the neighborhood, so we would, because that seems to me that conversation going in that direction might have actually given the neighbors some comfort in the fact that, okay, well, there's gonna be other options for us, and that, it just didn't go that way.
Yeah,
Well,
I think I can answer this by Monday. I have
Okay.
notes from that conference call that Jeff is referencing. Jeff has more expertise in sewer issues than I do, so I would need to review my notes
okay,
from that. But I think we can definitely put in, you know, what that preferred option would further be subject to. an agreed allocation.
And that will give us as a board, I think, more strength, right? When
Yes.
TAC is looking at it, that
It would.
it's something that the town,
I mean, I think in a perfect world, in a real perfect world, the developer would pay 100%. But in an imperfect or real world, the developer would be required to pay for part of the preferred option. So the town would then get their preferred option for whatever other reasons they want.
Because what the issue is under the regulations, the comprehensive permit regulations, there's a feasible fix to the town's current problem. And the developer, it's reasonable to impose a condition on the developer for their fair share of that. So,
great,
yeah.
awesome.
Now, still the question is,
Do we want the alternative?
yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
Well, then,
I don't think.
get the
I don't think
alternative.
we do.
My preference would be to just
Say that
not
it has
have an
to be
alternative.
Weston and Sampson's.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to play the devil's advocate on that one only because I am. The other issue for the applicant, and I'm not defending the applicant, but it's a timing issue. I mean, to get anything done by the town will take years. To put that out,
So would that have to go to
Or
town
it
meeting
would
and
be done
everything?
by the town.
so it would be done by
the
them and
And
then
the
some.
town would have some agreement to reimburse them.
Got
somehow
ya.
or something.
Or that's how,
Okay.
or
Yeah, no,
that's,
the town probably wouldn't do that, no.
So the developer or whomever in
Would
this
install the
instance
infrastructure, sure.
would install it and then give it to the town and arguably get some
Something.
recompense in terms of, okay, I'm good with that,
yeah,
100%.
yeah.
I just, the part of fair share is only, has to do with the uneconomic argument. If you're tacking on another $1.5 million, it's a lot per unit.
So I've crossed out the alternative 3 times. What do I do? Do I leave that out?
Yeah, the
I
alternative
hope
is
you
being left
did it in
out.
pencil.
Yeah.
I would leave it out.
Yeah, it seems like the consensus is to leave out the alternative,
Okay,
right?
okay. All right, so other notes I had, just so we can maybe get to something, this is in no particular order, but Lisa, you had some architectural changes to the fourplex?
Yeah, which I marked up.
So we're gonna give those to George?
Yep. I mean, if everybody wants to look
Yeah,
at
why don't we
them.
look at, pass them out?
Well, I only brought one.
That's
copy.
fine.
We can just pass it down.
you wanna
Yeah,
look
and
at
I'd recommend you give it to Eleanor and then,
Okay.
What's that?
This is just the changes that I was suggesting for the fourplex.
From an HDC standpoint, we're talking about
It
now,
was just to break
acting
up
as
this
the
documentation
HDC.
of this,
You're switching hats really
just to try to add and then agreeable.
This was it. This was an addition to what we did
This was a,
on Monday.
this was a building we had originally said we weren't gonna allow, so we didn't really mark it up. And then we came back at the last meeting saying we need to
Oh, right.
probably give them some direction as opposed to just say not approved.
Yeah, and I quite frankly defer to Lisa on the architectural issues and trust her.
Absolutely.
I definitely do.
You know, I mean, I wish in a perfect world, I think that the fourplexes would have a better sense of entry for each unit. But I think that that's just way too much to try to get into the HDC.
Well, unfortunately, I agree, because without any give and take on that issue,
Yeah.
we would have to take what we have
And try to
and
mark it up
somehow
in some
mark
fashion,
it up,
which
which
is
would be
impossible.
impossible.
But my review of them is trying to make them as good as they can be in the current layout. It's not a reflection of what I think would be more appropriate.
Can we put in the decision that is what we did, but that we had the back and forth, like trying
Right.
to, come up with a design where all 4 entrances are on the front?
Either the front or maybe towards the front. I mean, I
Yeah.
think we originally were the people that suggested that every unit had to have a separate entry.
We were.
But that was because they were the bigger buildings, we were trying to give a sense of exterior space. So in retrospect, maybe that wasn't a great direction to give them, but,
Well, I think it was based on what we had, and then what came back. I think we just didn't have the time
To go back and
finish
forth,
yeah.
right, to go back
I
and
mean,
forth.
we could put language in there for what it's worth, that we would encourage the applicant to either come back to the ZBA acting as the HTC, or,
They know they can do that. I
Right.
mean, there's a certain point where
Yeah.
you know, we're just really exhausting how many times we have to say we didn't have enough time to,
yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Well, and I think one of the other things we've done is really, I mean, and we're gonna go through, I guess, the section where we go through each housing type again, because I
Yeah.
had some notes on that, but we were restricting the number of those fourplexes to 4 now, based on last meeting's
Right.
notes.
So we're gonna get, yeah,
Yeah, so,
100%.
So 4
Again.
fourplexes instead of 7 is.
well, we'll go
Well,
through
we're not
those.
there yet. We're
Yeah.
just talking, I just leapfrogged to the architectural stuff because I had a note and that Lisa was bringing those changes. So I think that from the HDC standpoint, I feel pretty comfortable we did a reasonable job.
Yeah. And so what I did, Eleanor, is there's one application that I filled out the information for the corner boards and et cetera. And then I think on the 4A and B, or 4A and 5As, I made some typical notes that actually are typical for every housing type. And I put a note in the bottom corner about matching the trim that's on there, having to have gutters, you know, just the general notes that we discussed.
Yeah.
So they're applicable to every unit, and that the grade, I think it's in here, the height of the building is taken from existing grade, not from proposed.
Every multifamily or every fourplex?
All the buildings have that same note. You see it's right there in the, in that, on the title block side of that sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is that okay for you vis-à-vis the HTC insertion
yeah.
or the plans?
I mean, if you look,
Yeah.
if you look at it and you feel like it needs to be scanned in, typed more neatly
No.
or something, let me know.
No, I
'Cause-
mean, the way I was trying to do it was just saying as revised, you know, with those notes, and then we were gonna include those as the attachment.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, they have to come back with
some
final plans.
Right, that will have 90
And if for
days to
some
review.
reason it's a, 42-foot high, 6-story building,
Right,
that would be,
we'll have some,
it has to
ability.
basically match.
address these issues.
Right.
Yeah,
And the
Right.
main thing is to just make sure you can look in one place and you know what
Right.
it is that you actually
Yeah.
told them to do,
Yeah.
which we'll figure out, yeah.
okay.
Okay. All right, okay, so I lost a bunch of pages here. Did anybody get a chance to read this? I did last night, and I had some notes, but I thought
I had a
that,
couple notes on the site-specific conditions.
okay, so you're on page 11?
Yeah, but if there's anything before that, I didn't. Well, just on page 11, yeah, I started to write
didn't
in,
have
and we
any.
have to talk about number, granted permanent conditions there too is the number of units, which I
Right.
think we came to 72, but I'm not sure if that's,
Thought so.
I thought so too.
and 256 for the bedroom count is what I had in my notes.
All right, so let's just finalize that conversation. Is that the number?
And that was based on
40?
40 single-family dwellings, 16, which were 5 bedrooms, 4 of those need to be affordable. 8 duplexes, although we don't want to restrict the number of duplexes they can have, correct?
We say minimum 8 duplexes or?
Yeah,
No, no,
minimum
no.
8.
Or just?
No.
What?
Minimum 8? I mean, they have to build
No,
duplexes?
I mean, how do we?
Well, how do we get to a unit count if we're not specifying the number of units they're building?
I think it gets too complicated. I think we just say a maximum of X, a maximum
Right,
of
so
Y.
it's a
and
maximum, so would that be a maximum of 8 duplexes? That's what I had in my count, and a maximum of 4 fourplexes.
So 8 duplexes equaling 16 units.
Right.
Right. 4 fourplexes equaling 28 units.
No,
No,
16.
16.
16. That's bedrooms.
Oh yeah, that's bedrooms. My bad. New math.
32 plus 40 single-family dwellings is 72.
Got it. Okay. I'm gonna raise the question again, and I probably have waffled the most, but we were pretty steadfast throughout the process of 5 bedrooms, no 5 bedrooms. How does everybody feel about it? Comfortable with it as is, or?
What does it say now for 5 bedrooms?
With a
16.
limitation on how many 5-bedroom?
It was 16, I think.
Or
They
do you
didn't have
go to
any
0?
affordable 5 bedrooms before, so what we did is we made sure that 4 of those had to be affordable.
Yep.
I mean, I guess I don't really have an issue with a 5-bedroom if they're not gonna be, I mean, I know there are more people theoretically.
Yeah, I don't think it's theoretical.
I don't have a problem.
You're right.
As long as 4 of them are, if there's 16 5 bedrooms, that 4 of them are affordable.
Affordable. Because that's different from
I
what they
agree, I'm okay with
proposed.
some 5 bedrooms.
Okay.
And as long as they meet the architectural plan, so that the buildings are no bigger than what they've shown us.
Are there any 3 bedrooms now?
They're 4 3.
four
They
three
have
bedrooms.
to have 10% 3-bedroom units.
They have to.
So that was 4, and then 24-bedroom units is what I
And
had.
the how does that work? Okay, so that obviously you can do it on the single family homes. The duplexes you can do it because they are 3-bedroom units. How does that work for the 4-plex units? When would each one of the 3-bedroom units in the 4-plex have to be the affordable unit?
Is that the only place that the 3 bedrooms are?
Other than the single-family houses, there's
But
only
they
4.
are at the 10% threshold on the houses. There are only 4 of them. So that's the 10%. They have to be 10% or greater, correct? For 3 bedrooms, I believe.
Yes.
And then, obviously, you could do it all in the duplex. I mean, you could do it. Well, I guess it's up to them
Yeah.
to make it work.
If you were.
You could have more single family.
As is, the allocation.
Should we make one notice that they can't take one 4-plex building and make that all the affordables, that they have to be interspersed between
Yeah.
the 4-plexes?
I think
Yeah,
that's a
but I
good.
thought we had that.
Oh, we do? Okay. Because it's basically one per type needs to be affordable for those buildings.
Right, and then
Once
they
you
have to
do.
meet the 3-bedroom threshold. That's why they have to meet the 3-bedroom threshold across the whole development.
Well, they
though,
will. There'll be 4 3-bedrooms in the
in single.
no, and in the 4-plexes. What about in the duplexes? How many 3
Well, there
bedrooms?
won't. There'll be 4 3-bed. No, 4. They have to be the affordable units. So if you had the 4-plexes, one.
Oh, you have to have 4 affordable 3-bedrooms.
Yeah.
So we'd only have one.
I mean, I guess that's on them because that's a regulatory
That's a
issue.
regulatory
They'll have to
issue.
figure
Yeah,
out
and
how
I
they
think you have it covered by shall be evenly distributed within the locus, shall be indistinguishable. I don't honestly how you could comply with that, having 4 affordables in one.
One
fourplex.
building.
And or that will come back to us as a final plan. And if we see that,
And they'll need to note which units are affordable on that final
Yeah.
plan. Okay.
And then you might, that was on condition 71, you might not have gotten to it yet, but then that goes on to say about there shall be a proportionate share of housing types allocated between affordable and market rate. 25%, e.g. if 5-bedroom units are offered, 25% of the total number of 5-bedroom units shall be affordable. After the sentence saying the affordable units shall be evenly distributed.
Okay.
So for this, I'm sorry, the single family dwellings, we have 40 of them.
Mm-hmm.
4 are 3-bedroom, 16 are 5-bedroom,
And 24 bedrooms.
and 24 bedroom. So there's
well, I think the only thing we need to do there is say a maximum of 5 bedroom. The maximum
That's in
number on
here.
the 5, the maximum number on the 4, and then the 3. Because if they have to make more of the single family units 3 bedrooms to meet their criteria of 10% of the overall units being 3%, I mean 3 bedrooms, we don't want to have some condition that that goes counter to that.
So we don't have a condition of how many 4 bedrooms there needs to be.
Right.
You want to add that?
No,
No, I
Oh.
think we just say there has to be.
Maximum number of 5
maximum
bedrooms, so that
5.
we're good, the way it's listed in here.
right.
Right, maximum 8 duplexes, maximum 4 fourplexes, maximum.
So we'll just say maximum single-family
Right,
dwellings
George.
is 40.
Can I just, I mean, you may be in the weeds because you're backing then into the number of units, but you keep, I just wanted to point out, you keep kind of going away from that question. Like,
Which
Do you
question?
want to deny the project, or do you want to
Okay, well, we
approve it
can,
with conditions? And if you want to approve it with conditions, how many units are you
all
going to
right,
approve?
all right, we'll
But
just
I don't
jump,
mean to-
we'll jump to that if you feel more comfortable. How does everybody feel presently? It's not a vote yet. How does everyone feel about the direction we want to take? In terms of approving with conditions or an outright denial?
I think I feel the same way that I did on Friday, or last Friday. I think you have to approve it with conditions.
I agree.
I don't see any other way of, it sounds like that's what council recommends, and it sounds like that's the best way to support our position.
I mean, I still lean toward denying it, and I hate having to make a decision based on where we think how this is going to be appealed. But it's important to know it's a different standard, right? And George has made us aware of that. You know, and this isn't because it's the easy way out or anything. I wonder if we have a leg to stand on if we deny it. And the initial threshold question, if we deny it, is whether, they've submitted something generally accepted practice, in conformance with that. And I question now. I mean, we talk about in a perfect world, but it's been a very imperfect world. And we haven't gotten what we need to make a decision. But if you tell me that they've submitted everything they need to, even though it was the last minute and they shut us off, then I guess that sways me, because you don't want to deny it knowing that you're going to get overrun. I also think, reading decisions, that if we prove it with conditions, the condition, from what I see, Hack is just going to turn those down anyway. But, that's where I'm coming from.
You answer this one, George.
Yeah, I just had a couple of notes. I'm not a extra board member. I'm just counsel to guide you on,
Right.
questions as they arise. So I don't have an opinion whether you should deny this project or grant it with conditions. All I can tell you is, you need to have a rational basis for your decision. You need to base it on evidence that was presented to you in the hearing. I can also tell you about the burden of proof at HAC. In the event that your decision, whether it's a denial or an approval with conditions, is appealed, in the case of a denial, the issue before the Housing Appeals Committee will be whether the decision of the board was consistent with local needs. And I have more to say about that that's relevant to what you said, Jim.
Right.
And then, in the case of an approval with conditions, the issues shall be, first, whether the conditions and/or requirements considered in aggregate make the building or operation of the project uneconomic. And second, if so, whether such conditions and/or requirements are consistent with local needs. So in the event of a approval with conditions, it puts the burden on the applicant to, number one, have to show that the condition or requirements render the project uneconomic. And if the developer satisfies that burden of proof, then they get to the issue of whether the conditions or requirements are consistent with local needs. In the case of a denial, there is no requirement to prove that anything renders the project uneconomic. The prima facie case, if there's not a safe harbor available to you, and there is not a safe harbor available to you at the time of this application, the applicant may establish a prima facie case by proving that this proposal complies with federal or state statutes or regulations or with generally recognized standards as to matters of health, safety, the environment, design, open space, or other matters of local concern. So it's a very difficult, and again, in an approval with conditions, the applicant shall have the burden of proving that the conditions make the building or operation of the project uneconomic. So I can tell you that in the case of a denial, it's a much more difficult burden of proof for a board to prevail, because number one, it eliminates any requirement at all about proving the condition renders it uneconomic. And then it applies a very difficult burden for the board to overcome this almost overwhelming presumption of the fact that a developer only has to prove that it's in conformance with generally recognized standards.
Right, and that's my question, is that this might be a unique case, because they, as you've stated, that this is not unique. I mean, this is not common, pulling the rug out from under us at the last minute, dumping the documents for their 100-unit plan the last minute, and us having to twist ourselves into a pretzel almost the last, month to try to, come up with a development. And
Yeah,
that
there
just
is-
doesn't seem like that's the standard.
It wasn't the preferred approach, but they did, they kept touting the fact that they had made a complete submission as to, the 100-unit plan. The case in the Housing Appeals Committee will be tried of new. So no matter what they did or didn't submit to you, as long as it was a complete application, which it was,
Okay.
they'll just submit anything that they need to at HAC.
Then, that sways me, because that's the part that I think we could hang our hat on. And then we're left, to hold our nose and make a decision.
And in
And
the
vote on
case
the
of
other
a
one.
denial, you have the burden of proof. The board shall have the burden of proving first that there is a valid health, safety, environmental, design, open space, or other local concern which supports the denial. And remember, that doesn't mean that you get to say they didn't submit enough information. Then you've got a burden of proof at HAC.
Right.
You need to put the evidence on that issue. And then that the local concern outweighs the housing need. That's a very difficult burden of proof.
Yeah, we're in a tough position.
And in the case of an approval with conditions, relative to which the applicant has presented evidence that the conditions make the project uneconomic, the board then has the burden of proving first valid health, safety, environmental, design, open space, or other local concern which supports the conditions, and then that such local concern outweighs the housing need. So you still have a difficult burden there, but
Right.
in that case, that's the second prong after the
Right.
developer then first has the burden of proof on project economics. And keep in mind as well, project economics, they haven't argued that to you in the hearings before you on the comprehensive permit application. They can introduce evidence on that at HAC depending on the conditions at issue, but you'll have the ability to have your own expert look at their pro forma, contest the issues in that pro forma, and give your own expert's opinion on project economics. So you have two bites at the apple in the addition, in the situation of a condition, an approval with conditions. And the other issue about an approval with conditions is if you have matters you definitely have matters of local concern in terms of, the opposition of this project. But if you have issues that you really want to, that are absolute must-wins for the town, the board, and local town concerns, you have a better chance at prevailing on those conditions in the event of an approval with conditions, because you have a fighting chance of defending them in the context of the developer having the burden of proof first to prove project economics. The other issue about a denial versus an approval with conditions is the length of the proceedings. A denial, the presumptions are so difficult to overcome that it's a shortened proceeding. HAC proceedings involve evidence as of new. They're based on pre-filed testimony that the parties file and then the administrative appeal hearings consist of cross-examining the other party's witnesses. That's a prolonged process. Those cases aren't tried on consecutive days. They're tried, they do the first day in the locality where they can do a site visit, they take some evidence, then they take a while to schedule another hearing session, then there's another hearing session. So those processes can take several months and even years to complete before you even get an HAC decision. So that's all I can do, is to guide you on the applicable standards if you find that relevant, in terms of your decision-making. But again, your decision-making really has to be rationally based on the evidence before you and how you feel you need to vote on this project based on the evidence before you.
Jim, let me bring up an alternative thought. Other than an outright denial, we certainly can still take a look at the numbers, which is the real crux of the issue.
Right.
The number that we've come up with does not have to be the number.
Is there a reason that we put the fourplexes back in? I mean, I know we talked about it.
Well, I think the reason is we're not fearful, but we have the little gremlin in the back of our mind about having read those hack decisions and whatnot. But having said that, if it's a defensible position, there's some wiggle room in this pro forma, in my estimation, given the fact that the developer on the record has said that he's going to be selling if we were to allow multifamily units, for below market prices. If you just all of a sudden add, some factor to each one of those, each one of those units, if we allow them, his burden gets more and more difficult. If you go to a single-family home only pro forma using their numbers, I think it's a very difficult argument for them to make that they can't make any money, or they can't make the statutory 15. It doesn't even have to be 20. It has to be between 15 and 20.
Yeah,
So, I mean, we can change the mix. I think we still want to be somewhat cognizant of the fact that, yes, you can delay them and be miserable and make it harder, but at the end of the day, you want to, for lack of a better word, you want to win. So we want to be. We could say you could have, 12 houses, and that's not going to fly.
Right.
So,
And I mean, I'm swayed by what George says, but, it's coming down to burdens of proof and standards. But that's, like I said previously, we're looking at this, making a decision based on how the appeal will work out.
well, unfortunately, that's part of the legal process that we're aware of. If we were in a vacuum and there wasn't another step, this was the final step, I think the outcome would be different. But
Right, and that's why
but
I
the
said-
process, the law is out
against
there.
us.
But I'm also telling you, when all is said and done, I'm advising you on that issue because you asked about it. But when all is said and done, you have to have a rational-based decision on the evidence presented.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you are influencing me,
Yeah.
like arguing that for me
Yeah.
to make a decision one way or another.
Yeah.
But what you're saying has it.
Okay, I mean, and Lisa brought up the point, which I thought was a good one, which Susan had brought up, I think, last time. Throughout the process, we talked about the lack of support for the multifamily units, period. We suggested a mixture of single-family homes and duplexes, and to intersperse so that there weren't, one development versus the other.
Right. I'm gonna go to your point too, of maybe we do reduce the number of 5 bedrooms. Because one thing that strikes me is that we've reduced the unit count by 25%, say, or 20%, whatever it is. The bedroom count has gone down very little.
Right.
So maybe the way to do that is, so the bedroom count went down 26 bedrooms and the unit count went down 20. So maybe we do reduce the number of 5 bedrooms. You allow them to have 4 or 5 bedrooms.
Again, I'm happy to reduce the numbers further. The only question I have, and again, I know you can't give us opinion, just, or you can give us an opinion, but what about the whole notion of a de facto denial? Do you think that, go ahead. Is that enough of
So
a
the de
question?
facto denial issue was raised mainly by Ed Marchand, the town's 40B consultant. And what his concern was there was if you reduce the units by a certain amount, that the HAC could be consider that a de facto denial and then apply the burden of proof, the more difficult burden of proof that I described. And I have a couple of things to say about that. The position I take on that is that the HAC has no jurisdiction to make such a ruling. And I would argue there, and I would argue it in a way that I'm making a record that I would want to take to the appeals court and possibly the Supreme Judicial Court if I could, that they lack jurisdiction on that issue. They don't have the ability to do it, and they went outside their bounds. And we want this treated under the applicable burden of proof, which would be an approval with conditions. And I think the other thing that came up that's unique to issues on Nantucket is when you come down to project economics, Nantucket real estate is very valuable, and it's a different type of economic scenario than in other communities in Massachusetts, where it's very difficult to argue that almost any type of real estate project on Nantucket would be uneconomic. So I would take that into consideration too when you're talking about the number of units that if in the event that you wanted to approve a certain number of units, I think you'd want to take into consideration local conditions, that it would be a difficult burden for the developer to overcome to prove that the reduction in the number of units rendered the project uneconomic. They haven't made that argument to date with respect to any of the type of housing that they've offered. They said that they wanted a certain housing program that they wanted to pursue with this year-round type of workforce housing component that they had. But that wasn't the affordable component of the project, and they didn't argue that the reduction in those units would render the project uneconomic. So I think you have to take that into account if you're thinking about the possibility of your approval with conditions being treated as a de facto denial. I think it would be relevant on that issue. So I guess my opinion on that would be is, number one, like I said, I don't think that the HAC has the jurisdiction to do that. And number two, I think your conditions are a little bit unique here, that reduction in the units, would it render the project uneconomic? And if you found with a rational basis, based on the evidence before you, based on site design concerns or overburdening the area, that a further reduction in the units are doing it, you feel you have a rational basis to do that, then I would recommend you go with your, exercise of your jurisdiction.
So, I mean, I'm perfectly comfortable going lower. If anybody else is.
Yeah,
I would still, the 5-bedroom I don't find as offensive as the 4-plex. And I think so I looked back, what we had talked about before with the 4-plex, why we were keeping it was because they had always had in their application some form of multifamily, and it was reduced from 12 or 10 to 8 unit, and now we're reducing it to 4. I would still love to get rid of the 4-plex.
That works for me. I mean, again, without the threat of the if the threat of the de facto denial is not really there, even that Milton case that I read, that wasn't considered a de facto denial, and they had reduced
they
it from
defined
92 to 35. Now,
But they rejected all the conditions, but there's no need to really.
Well, because I'm assuming the developer was able to prove that it was uneconomic. I mean, I don't think they just out of hand. I'm saying
right,
if you
yeah.
play around with the pro forma on this, because as George said, because of the value of finished product out here, you know, I'm not saying that the bottom line number would be the same, but I think you can meet the threshold of 15 to 20%, and with significant increase in the cost of construction. Significant. So it's not like there's a razor thin margin here. The margin is large. We took out probably $2 million of development costs by reducing that rec building.
Yeah.
I mean, that was embedded in their costs. I think the uneconomic argument, I think it's a very difficult one to make on the other side. Now, I'm sure, having said that, I can play with the pro forma
Right.
and make it look
Right.
any way I want.
Right, because especially, you're not just talking about hard costs, you're talking about the sales price, which that is not set in stone. Hard costs, you can kind of narrow that down, but when they argue the revenue part of it, I think there's a big range in what they can make or not make.
Yeah, I don't
Because
see
you
how,
don't know for sure.
I
don't
would
know.
assume, George, it's harder to backtrack off your original number. I mean, there's certainly been, if there had been worldwide economic downturn, yeah.
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened yet. It may
Might
very
happen
well.
You never
I
know.
haven't checked the market, no, I'm kidding. no.
One concern I had about the elimination of fourplexes, a couple of concerns is, you know, in this affordable housing world, you know, they look at equity, and if that's a unit type that, you know, you want to give the developer maximum flexibility on that to show that you're, you know, being reasonable. And you know, I would recommend you take it from the perspective of, if you reach a number that you're happy with and a bedroom count that you're happy with, then, you know, try to give options
Right.
for the developer to work within that site so that you're not redesigning the site.
Well, I mean, I looked at it a different way, not eliminating those. If you stay at 40 single-family houses, but you make 4 5-bedrooms, 28 4-bedrooms, and 8 3-bedrooms, that gives you a bedroom count of 240 if you keep the fourplexes, and that's the same reduction of 22% of the unit numbers and 22% of the reduction in the bedrooms. And maybe you do say that the fourplexes have to be on their individual lots with the parking on their individual lots, so you get rid of that huge parking lot look that was in the back. And then maybe that would make them become more integrated. I
Well,
mean,
it
they're still
certainly would
big,
help.
ugly big buildings, but they're not,
They're
you
not-
know, when you look at it, they're not that big. They're not that much bigger than a single-family house would be. They're designed oddly because of the, you know, module that they use, but they're not, but, you know, so, I mean, that's, I think, another way of looking at it if there is concern about reducing the multifamilies completely. So the bedroom count goes to 240.
Another
From
way to
256.
look at it for what it's worth, just so we get it out there, is you probably could fit 54 single-family homes with some on 5-ish thousand square foot lots.
How many?
54
54?
with green space, with an open green space. I
We'd have to
think
go to-
maybe not, but. Yeah, at 3.5 bedrooms per house, some 4 bedrooms, some 5 bedrooms, you're at 196 bedrooms.
Right. It'd have to be 52 or 56 to be divisible, but.
Yeah, 56, I meant. But, I did it by 56. I'm, go ahead.
I mean, the farther you get away from the developer's proposal.
Yeah.
You know, it's like buying a suit off the rack. If it, you know, you can get it tailored if it's reasonably close, but if it's
Yeah,
like, you know,
I got
the
you.
arms are on the floor, you can never. So, I mean, a wholesale redesign of the project, taking out multifamily components and adding
Right.
single family is.
No, I wasn't
Yeah, it's
advocating that. I was only using it as a math equation.
Yeah.
I was not advocating, although I wouldn't mind it.
Could I ask, how many condominium units were they originally suggesting?
No idea.
And I'm just curious where we've gone since then. 96 condos? And so now we're saying that you would have 4 units, 16 plus, how many duplexes? 8?
32.
32 units.
Yeah. So that's a big reduction in multifamily, but that's, I think that's legitimate because that's the biggest issue
Yeah,
that we have with the
clearly.
development, so.
We had that for, not just from a density standpoint, too. It was the site planning.
Site planning,
It was
safety.
safety, it was units 100% in the basement, it was, it was just all around caca, so, I don't think we're making up
Yeah.
something new. So, having said all that, what do we want to do?
How many bedrooms in the duplexes?
7 each. So it's 42.
Well, luckily,
No,
we only have a day and a half
56
more,
the duplexes.
because it
Seven
would
per
have to
duplex.
come to a head
So
by
7 times
Monday.
8, yeah. Right,
3
wasn't
in
it
one,
7
2 in one?
bedrooms? 7 bedrooms in the duplexes?
No, 6 in the 6, 3 and 3.
Oh, 3 and 3. Oh, so
7
my
in the
math is
floor.
7
wrong.
bedrooms in the fourplexes.
Okay, so my math is wrong. We would be, so 6 times 8 would be 48. I have to redo my math. 204,
There are
232.
7 bedrooms in the fourplex?
Yeah,
Yeah, 1 studio, 1 bedroom, 1 2-bedroom, 1
Or
3
just the studio?
so it'd be down to 232 units, or bedrooms.
bedrooms. At this number, 40, 16, and 48 and 4?
Wait, 4, hold on, 28 and 8. Wait, which numbers are you looking at? This was my reduction of the 5 bedrooms down to 4.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, I think the 5-bedroom reduction, quite frankly, is defensible. There are all sorts of issues. You need more parking. You need more everything, obviously.
Those were their money makers, though, right? In the
Hey,
performa.
then prove it.
Yeah.
Let's let them prove it.
I'm good with that. I mean, my biggest thing is getting down the number of bedrooms.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I
Because
think
if you had 100 1-bedroom units, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right.
So, the 5 bedrooms, in my opinion, were always a problem. I mean, the record shows that. It's a direct intensity issue.
Yeah.
The developer basically said in a meeting that the idea was so that they would be more rentable. Now, again, which again talks to intensity of usage of the area. So, you okay with getting rid of the 5s? I mean, you save money. You don't have to build that bedroom. I don't know if the 5 bedrooms came with the ensuite bathrooms necessarily, or did they share the bathrooms in the
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
But,
56. So then 6 times 8 is 48. 4 times 7 times.
So then we'd still have 40 single family.
so, yeah, you'd
The
still.
number of the dwelling units would remain the same, as the bedroom count would go down.
By what, 16?
No, more than that. 232.
So 40 single families at what is your current math?
156 bedrooms.
Yeah, what is that?
25 bedrooms.
24 bedrooms, you mean?
Oh, no, 4 5-bedrooms.
Oh, so we're not eliminating them.
Not eliminating them completely. I was going to keep 4 of them.
Okay.
28
One of them would be
4-bedrooms.
affordable?
One would be affordable.
Yeah, it always had to be.
28 4-bedrooms,
Yep.
and then increasing the 3 bedrooms to 8.
Okay.
That comes to 156 bedrooms, and then the 6 times 8 duplexes is 48, and the 7 times 4 fourplexes is 28. So it's 232 bedrooms and 72 units.
You said 6 duplexes?
8 duplex with 6 bedrooms. Right? Aren't there 8 duplexes? Times 6 for the bedroom count, that's 48 bedrooms. 4 quadplexes times 7 is 28 bedrooms, and that all together totals 232.
All right, my feeling is this. We were steadfast on the 5 bedrooms throughout. Let's just eliminate them. I don't see that as a deal breaker. Deal?
Respectfully, I mean, you have definitely always had a problem with them.
Me personally?
Yeah, I don't think everybody
But that
has.
doesn't mean you have a rational basis for it. I mean, I'm not saying you don't, but.
I think it's better to keep a few in there.
I agree.
Okay.
You don't want it to
Fair
be
enough.
the you know, the tipping, the thing that puts you over the edge.
No, you do not. You do not.
No,
All right, I
but-
I
That's why I
hear
thought
you.
going down to 4 made sense. 'cause
Yeah,
you still
no,
have the one
it's-
affordable that they're
that-
required to do. Now, we don't have to require them to do the one affordable. Well,
No, definitely. You have to keep it pro rata. That makes sense to me. I hear the argument. That's fine. Is everybody else okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
So, I'm okay with it. So,
Jim, are you okay? You're
Yeah.
getting closer to okay?
I'm getting closer, okay. Again,
If you're okay, I'm okay.
Hold my nose, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a certain holding your nose aspect, but
Yep. Okay, so we're pursuing the approval with conditions. There's no question about that anymore, right?
I think there's at least 3 of us who are there. You never really voiced an opinion, but
I'm an advocate of approving with conditions.
yeah. So I think we would go that route, but you can vote any way you want, obviously. Anybody?
Right.
So I think we can put that question to bed. You good with that?
Yeah, why don't you take a vote on it?
So, okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Let these two figure their
24.
math out first.
so still 4 of those would be affordable.
You said
It has to
156
be
bedrooms
10%.
was your total, Lisa?
Sorry?
No.
You came up with 156 bedrooms?
No,
That's on the
That's for the
houses
single-family
only.
houses. I came up with 232.
Okay.
So 25 was two of these. Right, sorry, 24 divided by 25%. So 18 would have to be, 6 would have to be affordable.
And that's more than the 10%.
10% of
But isn't the 3 bedrooms to have to be 10% have to be affordable?
over the whole,
A minimum of 10%.
right, but they have to figure that out,
Yeah, how they get to that.
how they
Yeah.
get to that. So we're
I think
voting-
the other rationale, by the way, going back to the 5 bedrooms, is instead of having a big number of 5 bedrooms, pro rata having to be affordable, I think that might be a more difficult threshold to find. You know, the need for 5 bedrooms is not that great. Anyway, I digress. Never mind. I love the numbers. Let's move on. So I'll entertain a notion to. A notion.
To make a
Yeah,
motion,
good. I
A
like
notion to
that.
make a motion.
Should we do a notion?
Where's that cookie?
He needs a cookie.
a motion to vote on the decision to approve with conditions.
Well, yeah, not the
not
decision,
these
but to make a
decisions.
decision based on an approval with conditions. Would you like to help us
Craft that motion.
formulate that
I
motion?
mean, if I were a member and I were inclined to be that way, I would maybe say, I move that we approve the application with conditions.
I make that motion.
But not, we're
Not
not
these conditions.
approving it yet. That's where I'm confused. I know you want to vote, but that
We're
seems,
deciding, we're voting
To not
move
deny it.
forward with the approval on conditions option, not, we are
Yeah, what,
foregoing
and maybe you
denial.
don't need a vote.
I don't think we need a vote
Can you
Okay.
can you make a vote not to deny?
I don't
No,
think we
let-
need a
let-
vote.
it looks like you have consensus
I think
to
we have
continue the
consensus.
discussion.
I don't think we're gonna revisit the denial outright. I mean,
Okay.
you can, but
Because then you're.
no.
I don't think there's
ultimate-
support for it.
I started this
You
by
can
saying,
vote any way you wanna vote.
Yeah, we can still shoot down the approval with conditions. But I think the consensus is that that we're behind the notion of an approval with conditions. Now it's just the real nitty gritty, which is the number, which I think we're at. Which is a maximum of 40 single-family units, 4 of which could be 5 bedrooms, 28 4-bedrooms, 3 8-bedrooms, I mean,
8 3-bedrooms.
8 3-bedrooms. I transposed there. And then we said 8 duplexes, of 3 bedrooms per side. And 4 fourplexes.
Right. And the only thing that I want to look at is the number of parking spaces required then. I think you come up with 84 for the single-family units on the site. What did we say
I
for,
thought we figured out the park.
Well, we
but it's
did,
going to
there's-
change.
Well, it doesn't change per unit. Didn't we come up with a parking per?
Well, it would be 84
building.
because we said 3 for the 5s, 2 for all the other ones. It's 84.
9 is fourplex. And then the duplexes was how much?
The duplexes were 1 per bedroom, 6.
6 times 8 is 48. So the parking, I mean, the 17,
The parking goes down. It
a
should.
lot.
Yeah. There's also extra parking, which I
Well-
think is noted in here too.
Parking till, oh, that's the single-family dwellings, okay. That's what I
Yeah.
was looking at, was 107 spaces. I was like,
Yeah,
well, it's much
no.
bit more than that. One thing just on the particular things, I heard Ray say to somebody today that the no AC mechanical units located or visible from the front of the building. It's like you have to screen it if it's visible from the front of the building. So it can be on the side, but you might have to put, a privet in front of it or a fence or something to screen it.
I'm good with it.
So I just want to change that. Because we
Where are you?
10G, but it's on all the multifamilies too. No
Right.
AC or mechanical units located on street frontage elevation.
Period.
Should say no AC or mechanical units visible from street frontage elevation. So what we had stricken before, I think should stay in there.
All right. I mean,
Hold on a minute, please.
yeah, hold on that.
I drafted that and then it got stricken. and
I know,
that's-
because we
So-
were,
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with that, but no AC or mechanical units visible
from street frontage.
All right, the reason.
No, but wait,
Go ahead.
street frontage or front elevation?
Oh, well, so it could be visible from
From street,
street.
yeah. it doesn't-
Before you redo it, George, hold on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just, we don't want them located on the front elevation, because you could still screen them on the front. You could say they're not visible. The
Right,
idea
so it
is
should
they're-
say no AC or mechanical units located on the street frontage elevation or visible from
The street.
the street.
Yeah, or visible. So when they're on the side, you have to
or.
screen them.
Not or, because if you say or, that means that it could.
And,
And.
and,
Yeah, and.
Okay?
How could they be visible if they're not located there?
Well,
because,
because you can see them
You can
on
see
the
'em.
side of the building.
Oh,
We started at noon. Sorry.
Either way.
Just letting you know. So, they just need, why don't we just say they need to be screened, so it's clear that they're not visible?
Yeah, if on the side and visible from the street, they need to be screened.
fine.
Okay?
No AC or mechanical units
I
located
mean, I swear.
on
Street frontage.
front elevation or visible from the street.
If,
That covers it.
period, I think elevation period in the unit, I don't care, I mean,
you come up with it. I mean, you know, you understand the concept.
You just don't want it to end up being on the front of the house with screening. Nothing can be on the
Right.
front of the house, and if it's on the side of the house and you can see it from the street, you have to have some kind
Some
of
screening.
Yeah, that's covered in the sentence I just read you.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
we're
fine.
moving on.
You somehow got back into the weeds because the concept that you were focusing on was how many units and bedrooms do you wanna?
I think we're there.
I think we're
Oh,
there.
you are? I thought
We,
you were.
we left the weeds.
No.
I thought you were going
72.
through that for discussion purposes.
No,
Well-
72 units.
We're in a new set of
232
weeds.
bedrooms, and then we were talking about parking because we had
Right.
we had to change.
We have
the
to bring
parking
Karen up to
calculation.
speed.
Not much. I feel like I haven't really missed anything.
Are you-
Let's
I think you're
keep
right.
moving.
that.
Yeah,
think
let's
you're right.
let's keep moving. So on page 11, Roman numeral 6, it was 72, filling in the blank, 72 ownership units with 232 bedrooms. All right, so that's that page.
Wait, I didn't get that. What?
72 units.
Karen, do you want a hard copy? Is it easier?
I got this
You sure?
the draft that was sent.
Okay, that's fine.
232 bedrooms.
You checked my math, that's right.
No, that's what I'm relying on Susan's math.
I didn't do the math. She did the math.
Well,
My math
then you
said-
checked it
So
and it looked good.
232 total bedrooms, 76 are
70
bedrooms are multifamily, and 156 are the single family. I didn't do the math
Yes.
for the
You got 48
156.
bedrooms for the duplexes,
Yep.
156 for the single family,
Mm-hmm.
and 28 for the fourplex.
Right,
Yep.
which should
That's not-
total,
That's two, maybe I'm doing
I didn't do the math for the single family. I only did the.
it's 72 plus 156. Oh,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why did you get the?
No.
76, I'm sorry, 76 plus 156.
156
Yeah.
for 232.
It's- yeah,
Right.
that's what I had.
232.
Yeah, that's what I have too.
it. Okay,
Okay, so 72 and 32 on page 11, George.
232.
232,
Yep.
sorry. Okay, so let's get to number 10, site-specific conditions that are
Right.
further modifying this issue. I don't see any change in there.
Other than what I just talked about with the G, well, with the AC units, which we talked about.
Yeah, no, yeah, I
then-
was back on page 10, but.
Oh, I thought
mean,
you were-
On 12, I mean, okay.
Page 12.
The parking,
nothing.
minimum 2 spaces for 3, we don't even need to give the total. You need a minimum
No.
of 2 for the bedroom, 2 to 3 bedrooms, 3 to 4 bedrooms, I mean, and 3 for the 5 bedroom.
Yep,
So
we don't need the total.
we don't need the
That's right.
total.
Right, so
No?
Parking, minimum 2 spaces for 3 to 4 bedroom lots and minimum 3 spaces for 5 bedroom lots.
perfect.
So you strike the 107.
And those are parking spots on.
On the lot. You want to, you do
Yes.
want to note that those are located on the lot.
a 3 and 4 bedroom. 2 spaces for 3 and 4 bedroom.
Right.
We talked about all these other issues, then we get into the maximum, George, okay, so then we get into the maximum number of single-family dwellings, 40. If 5 bedrooms, maximum number of 5-bedroom units, 4. One of which must be affordable. Okay, everybody good with that?
Where are you now?
I'm on page 13,
J.
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 Say it again.
4 5-bedroom units, one of which must be affordable. George, do we need to be clear in here to say that the other affordable units need to be allocated pro rata? In other words, they can't all be 3 bedrooms? Did we say that ever anywhere?
We said,
Condition 71.
yeah.
71?
To 71.
I believe you. I can't find it right now. But
No, we need to find it because that's
All right.
important.
Page 21.
I had originally had it in this place, and then Ed thought we should put everything about allocation in this one spot.
21, bottom of 21.
Yeah, that's not really answering, I don't think, what I'm talking about. I mean, they definitely should be evenly distributed within the locus and should be indistinguishable in architectural style, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Let's keep reading it.
Yeah,
and then-
the second.
Inside
Oh,
and.
okay, I'm sorry. There should be a point. Yeah, okay.
Can I, since we're on that point,
I'm
though,
not trying to convince you. Let's be careful. That was new language that I added.
There should be a proportionate share of housing types allocated between affordable and maybe housing types are more, when you say that's more like this C design versus a D design. But I may be reading that. I mean, I just think it should be
Maybe
explicit.
Type of dwelling, or,
I'm just saying, going back to the single-family home section, you just
Occupancy?
Or
Of
unit.
occupancy, well,
you just simply say if
this one's dry.
Unit
Sorry.
types.
I told you that was a good one too.
Would unit types cover that?
Is everybody comfortable with the unit type?
would you
Housing
just say
type?
bedroom?
I'm gonna put a paren,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then I'm gonna put them all in.
put them all in. I think it's just safer.
I'm gonna say there shall also be a proportionate share of unit types, paren, and then I'm gonna list all the types that we're allowing. Then I'm gonna have closed paren, out, and then it's gonna read the way it is.
Well, the reason we want to actually put this,
You don't have to give me the reason, you just,
no, we want to put K in here or something. We have the maximum number of single-family dwellings, but then we want to talk about, right in this section, how many,
How we came up with the 40. Right, that
yeah,
there would be.
which are
20
4 5 bedrooms. So this would be another condition, JK, right? Right? Am I doing this right?
Where are you now?
Well, the only question is, do you want to give the maximum number of 3 bedrooms? Because if they decided to build more 3 bedrooms and less,
No, because
4 bedrooms.
that changes, you can't, the math changes, then, well, they could have fewer
well,
bedrooms.
no, they could have
Fewer, maximum,
10
yeah.
3 bedrooms, although it's
got
not
you.
divisible by 4. But, so they could have 12 and 24.
Okay, but don't you think you should put a max number of 4 bedrooms in?
Sure,
Okay.
that's fine with me.
28.
Maximum number of 4-bedroom units.
why should you do that? I thought you said we're gonna have them, they have to just do whatever 3 bedrooms that are required with their 10% rule, and then they can just figure it out.
Well, it's because of bedroom count, because.
Yeah, but you're
We've
providing the maximum
maximized-
amount of bedrooms.
So then they got to figure it out,
point.
yeah. I think
Good
it's
point.
okay.
Okay. Yep.
But can I just on 71, don't we want to make a note here that it's not just the exterior appearance that has to be indistinguishable, or does that show up somewhere else about the interior finishes?
I don't know to what extent,
No, it doesn't show up somewhere else, so we should put it here.
Yeah, because this
Okay.
talks about exterior appearance, but you want to make sure the finishes are comparable too, right, on the interior?
Exterior and interior finished materials.
So, but yeah, maybe it's indistinguishable in architectural style, exterior appearance, and exterior and interior finished materials. Should be indistinguishable.
okay?
So we're adding interior again to appearance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it has to be interior appearance.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Interior and
Just
exterior
interior.
finished materials.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, we didn't look at the rest of the condition while we're there. We got to the new paren that's gonna be there. And is the rest of that okay? There shall also be a proportionate share of housing types, paren, then they're gonna be listed, closed paren, allocated between affordable and market rate units. 25% of each housing unit 25% of each unit type
Yeah, unit type, yeah.
shall be affordable, e.g. blah, blah, blah. Right?
Yep,
Okay.
okay. So the multifamily units, we're good with,
Where are we back to now?
page 13, multifamily units.
Can I just ask too, Ed, is everybody, if there was further and final refinement to this written decision after the vote, there wouldn't be really further refinement to the factual background sections, so did anybody see anything on that as they're currently drafted, or?
Oh, you're talking more about the narrative and whatnot?
Yeah, there wouldn't be, I mean, there might be a little wordsmithing, but there wouldn't be any major,
Substantive.
yeah,
And again, I read it, I didn't make any notes. You put in the only thing possibly is, didn't see is sort of a comparison to the other two 40Bs that were approved, in terms of bedrooms per acre and units per acre. I think I would possibly insert that as a
Okay.
comparative.
yeah. Does everybody agree to that? 'Cause
Yeah.
Yep.
okay.
And one other thing on page 8, I thought we were gonna make more mention of the catastrophic failure of the force main.
We were, and then I started putting it in, and I wasn't sure about the relevance really to it.
Well, just that it wasn't just a minor occurrence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you brought
It
that
was,
up.
it was Jim's thought, and I apologize, I didn't put it in, I can, but
Yeah, that's okay. I was supposed to get you something.
I thought we had a lot in here about the background and, you know, the issues about the infrastructure concerns,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
know.
I mean,
are in
I
there and-
brought it up, it kind of goes to the sewer
Yeah,
options that we discussed
Yes.
earlier, that, you know,
but I mean, it was, the narrative was based on what Weston and Sampson said about the background, and
okay.
it just, if you wanted more aggressive language about it, but it's up to
I
you.
mean, I defer to you on
I
that.
don't think net the narrative is probably not the governing situation.
No,
when
it
gets
isn't.
to the next step.
Yeah,
So, I mean, we've mentioned it.
Yeah.
The thing,
I'm fine.
it'd probably be more appropriate if it had burst right there, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Hopefully it never will. Okay, I was gonna look for that table, but we're good. I didn't see anything other than that, because you put in the stuff about, you know, how the town, quite frankly, is trying to meet the affordable housing. It's a little late, but they're trying, we're trying. And did anybody else want to put anything else in? I think it was 800 residents who came, well, more than 700 is 800, I guess. I thought it was closer to 800 residents, but
Did somebody count?
I think somebody did count, but
Probably have it written down.
I thought it was capacity, and I thought it helped, but
Oh, standing room only, I think. Yeah.
I didn't see anything. Well, I did see one thing that I might take out. After submission, on page 5, after submission of the 100-unit plan, the board continued to express concern over the overcrowding, definitely, with no meaningful or open space. And they had, I believe the 100-unit plan was the one that had the big courtyard open space, so
We can say insufficient.
insufficient. I don't know that it changed much from now to then, but I don't know. How does everyone feel about that? We'd have to go back and look at the 100.
but for offering an additional portion of open space, or the board stated site design concerns in any meaningful way other than offering
Yeah,
some further open space,
it works.
or other than designated a courtyard open space area.
I can't recall now. Did you indicate that there's a 40B right next door? I mean, is there relevance to that?
That seems relevant. It's a good point.
Well, wait, so why is that relevant? Are we saying,
What
But they're all stuck
do we
in the
want to
same
jam them
place.
all in one area of the island?
I thought they were supposed to be,
right,
That is one of the local concerns for.
this is, right,
Area.
Well, it's not even one next door. I mean, how many are there off South Shore Road?
there's one on South Shore, Road,
Yeah.
further down South Shore Road.
yeah, so, yeah, another concern was that the, affordable housing developments were
We're being concentrated in this
concentrated,
area.
yeah.
And as a
This
matter of
would be
fact,
the-
it's right next to my common village, I think it's low-income housing.
And Nantucket
40B.
housing.
That's 40B too.
That's a
so-
40B as well?
Yep,
My Comet Villages?
yes, it is.
Really?
I didn't know
There's
that.
2 comprehensive permits for that, and they're maybe coming back.
Is that like
tomorrow.
Norquata Drive in that?
Yeah, there's,
When was that approved?
there were multiple approvals, there was a legal action, and it's a long time ago, 80s.
I wasn't on the board.
Even before you were on the board, that's hard to believe.
So what is that, 3? This will be the 4th one right in that area?
Look at this
This will
record.
be the,
Sachems?
this will be the third
Plum, right?
contiguous. These,
Plum there?
these are contiguous.
Right, no, Beach Plum's down off of Rugged Road, off of.
Yeah.
Oh,
With,
and
uh,
that's Rugged Scott too.
I
is
mean, you
down
might
there.
want to
Yeah, same deal.
include the fact that it's 100% affordable next door, so we have this concentration, true concentration of
And so is.
affordable.
So is it My Comet Village 100% affordable?
Yes.
And is Abrams Quarry 100% affordable?
No,
The one off Blueberry?
no.
No.
Do we know like a square, an area?
Density?
Like within a square mile or?
I might have those notes. We had some density notes, right? You mean the area of those?
No, they're within feet of one another. They're contiguous. Three
No,
of
but you're
them are
talking about the
contiguous.
size of their
Then
lots?
You want to add beach plum, you know.
Well, yeah, if you added the radius to Beach Plum, I mean, we obviously can do that. It'd be less than a mile.
Yeah, Beach Plum.
All within a mile of one, concentrated within a mile of one another.
You could get that from Nathan, or I could get that from Nathan very easily.
I mean, frankly, we never seem to have focused solely on that issue.
No, I mean, we're so caught in the details
I know.
that we don't stand back enough to, I mean, it's,
George, where would you put that in, where statement of relevant material facts, or would you go back to the very beginning, procedural history?
No, I'd put it in in that findings, because that's where we're trying to give the background of the local concerns and what went on. And it's sort of a mixed narrative and findings. That beginning part is really just to identify the property and. Within a mile, all the projects you're talking about?
I mean,
A mile question mark. We don't know that, but I'm saying that fairgrounds,
There's already one down there.
not doing it.
it is. No, please.
There's already one down there.
Please.
You can pass them back.
I
I'll
think you
probably
could
have
have
one later.
2, like if you have, these 3 are would be contiguous with this project or or those 3 would be contiguous with Abrams Quarry down the street and then Rugged Scott down the street the other way. You could have 2 different references, one.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
just
an,
query about, your town planning efforts, and is that consistent with what your map says? In other words, are there diversified areas within the area that your planning has shown where you want concentrated housing? You know what I'm saying? In
I mean,
other words,
I
are
don't-
you saying that these are located within a mile of each other, but there's only 3 miles total for where you're trying to concentrate housing? In other words, one thing that would be inconsistent with your planning concerns, for instance, is when you look at that town versus
The
is it
overlay
country or
Yeah.
county overlay district?
Yeah.
Country, what is it?
Country overlay.
Country overlay district versus town.
Right.
It's inconsistent for you to diversify housing into the areas that you've located that you don't want dense housing, which is the country overlay district.
Right.
Part
So
of
are you
this-
talking
And
about?
part of this is that, right?
a very
Very
small
small.
part. Most of it is.
But even
still,
from a
the
town
zoning-
standpoint, this is concentrated for
It
this
is
island.
what?
It's
It
concentrated.
appears that it's
Okay,
concentrated.
I'm just saying, in other words, this diversification concern that you're getting at,
Yeah.
is that covered within your green zone there? In other words, would it be more diverse? Are there other areas
Yeah.
to diversify
Yeah.
within your town planning efforts?
We don't have
I mean,
master
on a
plan in
3.5
place.
acre parcel,
13.5.
13.5, sorry?
You mean a master plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm talking about, you had two distinct areas, the town overlay district and the country overlay.
Yeah, but I don't
district.
think that that's about density. Well, it is about
Yeah.
density to a
Yes, it
certain
is.
degree,
It's about
but
where you're, I just don't want you to have something that's inconsistent with your town planning, because
but there are other neighborhoods
think-
or other areas of the
Yeah.
island that are much more densely populated than South Shore Road.
okay.
Couldn't we just?
I think this is.
No,
a-
that's fine. I'm
I
just
mean, this
asking.
is 2 acre zoning, so it wasn't like it's in a zone where and quite frankly, there were attempts to downzone it that weren't successful, so, enough of it is in the country area.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah,
I know,
yeah,
I'm just
no,
giving
no.
you the background.
And
that-
the other background is the fourplex idea is approved in certain areas of the town. But
Right, not
that
here.
town. But not that area of town.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
there are.
I mean,
there's a master
again,
plan.
yeah, as part of the narrative, there are planning measures in place to accept fourplexes. It's just not here.
Right. Because the town realizes that they need to provide different housing types so people can afford it. So they are making
Can we just
steps to that.
submit visual aids form like the map that I'm looking at that shows all the zones?
Yeah, I
You know,
would
I
think
guess-
the zoning map,
Well,
I guess what I'm getting at, George, is this concentration of 40Bs
Yeah.
is a local concern.
yes, that's the concept. I
Yeah.
was just talking
So-
through it.
Yeah.
We'll add that. Yeah.
I think it's important to set that up because
is.
to me, even within the town overlay district, this is concentrated.
That's what I was trying to ask you. Yeah.
And that was,
It
that
is.
that did sort of get lost it was it was in the early parts of the discussion that was brought up by neighbors and was part of the discussion that another 40B is being placed in this very small area of town
Right.
Yeah,
where
it did
where
come
where
up.
40Bs are not being put in other areas.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, well, you have the Richmond development, but
That's
You
not
know,
a
there's-
40B.
it's not, right, it's not 40B. But there's not a concentration of anything there, and that's, I think, part of the town overlay district. It's all in this one area.
Got it. Perfect. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
But did you just say there's not a concentration of anything in the Richmond area? There's Naushop and
Oh, right.
there's a
Sorry.
lot of, there's Nobody Farm Meeting House, there's a lot of dense subdivisions in that area, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, but not affordable.
Well, Nobody Farm Meeting House has affordability, Richmond has workforce housing, that is inclusionary zoning.
Ed's gonna work with me on the final wordsmithing on that
Okay.
concern, but I got the concern that you're making. It's a
Okay.
legitimate concern, concentration, not
Definitely.
diversifying it. That's fine.
not legitimate enough to deny.
No.
No, but I think, isn't that one of the
But I think,
tenets of this is that you don't, like, the hack, and
Correct.
they don't want a town to say, okay, we'll meet our affordability, so we'll put all the 40Bs
Right,
here.
yeah, here's the yeah.
And you
No,
people
it's,
stay over
yes.
there. I mean, that's the whole
directly
reason
like-
against
That's
it.
exactly what they're trying not
But
to
it's
do.
not,
Right.
those other 40Bs are 100%, so we're not even talking about
Yeah.
adjoining 25%.
Yeah, no, I think I get the concept. We'll just final wordsmith it to put it in.
Great.
Okay.
okay. So,
And then we're all set. We can go back to your section.
The multifamily units, I had one question on 11B. I think we should put a line in after the frontage for the setbacks for the duplex lots. There's no mention of
Oh, yeah.
setbacks.
Which
Good
one was
point.
that?
40B, and I think, so it's 40B subsection, I think it should be
page
subsection
13.
Oh, right, I
triple
see.
I, because I think they should all be kind of listed in order too.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
So maximum lot size, then you get to frontage, then you get to setbacks.
New triple I.
Yeah, new triple I, then parking. We don't have to mention spas, right? Because they were shown on the plan. They weren't shown.
No. I mean, the only thing I would say about no living space in the basement is,
They didn't show that.
as,
Oh,
as provided by the developer or whatever.
As
you
per
know,
plan.
As per plan. I mean, we're not conditioning that, it's just we're reiterating it. So back to your new triple I, what do we want for the setbacks?
Right, so the single.
I think they should be greater than the single-family homes.
Yeah, probably, although they look kind of like single-family houses, but
Yeah, but I mean, they're bigger buildings, the lot's bigger. 10, 10, and
10, 10, and 10?
10, 10, and 20
20 being the,
front? Or 10, 10, and 10?
I don't know, I don't feel strong. I'd have to look at a plan to see.
Oh, the site plan?
Yeah, you don't have a site plan, do you?
Not
Yeah.
not with 7,500 square foot.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to integrate them a little bit more,
I mean, the
Kind of want
frontage
them to
in, the
kind of-
frontage in and of itself takes care of the setback within reason.
right.
You're gonna have 10 on
Right.
each side. The buildings aren't 50 feet wide.
That's why I wasn't
So that's why-
suggesting that they had to be greater necessarily. I was just saying that we should specify so that they don't end up with it hugged to one side.
Well,
or
that's
the
why I'm
other.
saying, why wouldn't you at least go to 10?
Well, and didn't we say also that there had to be a minimum of,
That was in the between the fourplexes, 30
oh,
feet.
sorry, I'm sorry, we're talking
Do
about
we want them
differences.
to have different front yard setbacks? Do you want them to have buildings?
Well, I think you can have a variety, a minimum of 10, and if somebody wants to put it back 20 feet, that's fine. I mean, that's sort of town. Not everybody's right up in line.
Do we say that somewhere else, right? That we want variation in where they're placed on the lots? Is that just for single family, or is that for?
I don't think we said that
No, we didn't say
specifically. I
that.
think-
We
look
talked
at
about it at one point because one plan that was given to us, everything.
Everything.
Yeah, but now they're
line,
more
but-
varied.
Okay.
You know, again, I think that we don't necessarily, I don't think that just speaks to whether or not the thing is attractive and well.
I mean, what about if
I
you
would
s-
think they'd want to do that anyway.
What about if you say 10 on the
Yeah,
front,
stupid.
10 on each side, and 10 in the rear? Or 20, 10, and 10?
20, 10, and 20, 10, 10, and 10
Yeah.
works for me.
I mean, I don't, it's sort of arbitrary in how we're coming up with it, but I think certainly you want 10
So
on
20
both
front.
sides of the building, because it's a bigger building, and 10 from the rear property line seems reasonable when it's that size. The frontage, I'm less concerned about in terms of the front yard setback.
Well, wouldn't you want it further off the road just because of its size? No? 10 feet?
I don't know, I don't
10 feet's
remember
from
them,
me to Jeff.
yeah,
It's not very far.
fine. Okay. I don't remember how big they are in
I mean,
relation
the
to.
duplex buildings aren't that big though.
That's what I was
They looked
thinking.
a lot like a single
Single
family.
family, all right, I don't care.
Yeah, so
Give
that's
it a
what
10,
my
all right.
thought is, that, and if they want to integrate them with the single families a little bit more,
Okay, it's a good
So
point.
just
10,
give them
10,
a-
and 10.
yeah.
10-foot front yard setback, 10-foot side yard setback, 10-foot rear line setback, or, yeah. Okay,
Parking, 6 spaces located within the lot.
yep.
Lots, right? Because all the duplexes are on their own lots.
Yeah.
So add as S. Do we need to specify that they all have to be on their own lots?
Yes, yeah. 6 spaces per building.
Located on the duplex lot, that works, doesn't it?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, do we need to specify that we want all the duplexes on, each duplex on an individual lot? That they can't make one large,
Do we?
I don't know, well, that's how it was
Yeah, I mean,
presented.
that's how it was
Oh,
presented.
that's how it was presented, okay.
So I think we should make a note of that, though, because it
6
doesn't really say.
spaces per lot, 6 6 spaces per building.
Well, no, I'm saying, do you add another subsection that
Yeah,
says
you-
each duplex needs to reside on its own building lot?
Fine. Fine.
Well, you could say minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet, only one duplex per lot, something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
So under the subsection 1I, you could just say minimum lot size 7,500 square feet, semicolon, only one duplex per lot.
what, say that again, I'm sorry.
So rather than adding another subsection, you just put in, on subsection I, after lot size, you put in, after the semicolon, only one duplex per lot.
Okay.
And then it should say, under what's gonna become 4, 6 spaces per building located on each duplex lot. Rather than the duplex lot.
Yeah.
Just say on-site parking.
Yeah, on-site parking. Okay, the only problem I had with, and it's not a problem, but with C, the fourplex building, if on same, I
I'm
guess.
sorry, I'm not
You're
here
not-
yet.
Okay,
We
my
had,
bad. You do your thing.
We had a new 3, with a triple I, then a 4, then we got a 5 about the no living space in basements.
And
As
then-
per plan.
And then a 6 for the AC units. And do we want to put in the maximum number of duplex units, or is that NA? Because
Oh, yeah. No,
And the same thing on VI as
Yeah,
G above,
Right.
visible.
Yes, yeah, I got that one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
so maximum number of duplex units is 8.
Perfect, great.
So on the fourplex, I was confused, because the first one says same lot. Oh, if on the same lot, the total area is 61,250 square feet. Well, how do you guys feel about them being on the same lot? Would you rather just have them be on separate lots?
But then you're gonna have like you're gonna have 4 different condo associations.
Well, why
Yeah,
do they have to
I would
different-
prefer that if I had lived in my little condo, but whatever.
Why do they have to be different
I mean, that's what
they have in
associations
their
if they're on
30
different
acres.
lots?
Excuse me?
Why do they have to be different associations on different lots? Is it just the management
Well,
of
because
it?
it's a
If-
condo, not a home, it's not a homeowners association. I don't know.
But you
think about
still
that.
have, I mean, the duplexes are on different lots, and aren't they, but those aren't considered condos?
I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
I mean, it's more of a planning thing as opposed to how they
The
manage.
duplexes are gonna be condos because they wanna sell them individually.
Right, so they're gonna
Right.
be on separate lots anyway, so why couldn't we do the same thing for the fourplexes?
Do we really care?
No,
No,
But
but
I
I
mean,
guess,
that's an ownership
I
type.
think let them figure it
Yeah.
out.
then but I would move, VII below or integrate it with number I. Cause they both talk about size of lots. It's 10,000 square feet
that add up?
minimum.
Yeah, the math doesn't work any longer because these were for different numbers, you know.
Right.
Different iterations of the number of buildings, so.
So
So we'd
the
have to
maximum number
change
we
it.
have now is 4 fourplexes?
Right,
No, 7 fourplexes.
4,
Four.
7.
Oh yeah, 4, sorry.
7 bedrooms per unit.
So then it would only need 40,000 square feet minimum?
Well, that's where I think you get into, I don't know, because you have to, they're gonna need to provide parking for 28 cars.
Oh, right, because it's based on the 1250 square feet per bedroom.
Right. That's how we came up with
My
10.
feeling is if we've restricted the number of units, let's let them figure out how they best wanna.
So what do you wanna do with these subsections then? There should be something about setbacks.
Definitely setbacks.
Wait, there's not a minimum lot size?
I don't, I'm trying to find that,
It would be
Fig-
8750.
That's what I have too, 8750.
Right, but then we went up
if-
to
if you-
10,000 just because we thought they're such big buildings, we should just change the ratio.
I mean, I
Right.
think you only say if on individual lots, the minimum lot size would be 10,000 square feet.
Right, I was just saying and you could move that up so that it's, so that all the lot size information is in one location. Just so it's clear.
So if they're on the same lot, the total lot area is the 61,250 square feet, but if they're on an individual lot, it's 10,000.
The problem with the
doesn't make
C little I or first I one, whatever, the original lot counted all the roadway. That was one condominium lot of roughly 88,000 square feet or 82,000. I
Right.
can't remember.
And it included all the parking.
Yeah.
That big
All
of a
I'm
parking
getting
lot.
at is, maybe we don't want to get too far in the weeds on exactly, we just want the buildings to be separated from one another, which is really the critical issue,
Well, what I don't
isn't
want
it?
is that big parking lot full of 28 cars. I don't know, because I think that changes the character of the development. You have that one big parking lot.
I agree, it's hideous, but, I mean, there's certainly other big hideous parking lots out here. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know to what extent we can say you can't build a big hideous parking lot.
Well, I guess that was speaking to trying to integrate these more into the development
Yeah,
rather than
good
feeling
point.
like they're, out on their own. But
Yeah, well, the easy thing would be individual lots. So if we want to, is that permissible? Is that reasonable, George, to say we want these on individual lots, or are we getting into their business too much?
No, why?
I don't know. I mean,
Because they had it on one big lot.
it's one big condo.
Yeah, so what was their basis for that?
I think
probably
it's
the
easier.
parking. I mean, that's,
Probably the parking.
yeah, I mean,
I
that's,
like them on separate lots for that reason. So
All right, well then
limit
let's just do that.
right.
Like you said.
I think realistically, to get the building, separation, 7 parking spaces, they probably need to be bigger than 10,000 square
I
feet.
think so.
So let's not identify the lot size, let's just identify setbacks,
That's a good idea.
and then they can figure out how to shape the lots themselves.
So
Or a
we-
minimum lot size? We don't want all that crammed into a 5,000 square foot lot, obviously.
Well, I
Not that
don't
they could
think
fit it
you
all.
could do that.
No, I don't either, but
But if they have,
Won't
but if
the
they have
setbacks take care of
setbacks, right, if they have setbacks, plus they have to have 7 parking spaces on site, then they've got to figure out how to make that work.
Do you have the architectural floor plans?
I do.
Let's just look at the size of the buildings, then we can come up with a,
These, right?
yeah.
They might
The
not
back
be, they might not be in order, sorry.
That's okay. Let's see. It was 44 feet by 44
They're like
feet?
almost 40 by 40.
Yeah,
About
50
40
so
by
let's just say
40.
they're 50 by 50.
Okay.
And you want 20 feet on either side? 20 feet around them?
or we said 30 between buildings, but 20 each.
So
That would be
15
40.
feet.
Yeah.
So that's 65 by, and then 20 feet at the front and 15 on the back by 85, plus all the parking. 425, 30, 51, so that's only 5,500 square feet.
Right, so I think 10,000 or 10 or 12,000 as an individual lot gives you some green. The idea was to create some space for the humans to
So they're not living in
Congregate
a parking
and-
lot.
have some separation.
Oh, I did that wrong, sorry. No, 15, hold on. It's 30, 80 by, it's a little more than that. It's 64, 85 by 80. It's about 7,000. You think 10,000 is still enough then?
I think Ed said we needed more.
So do we want to just address the setbacks? The setbacks will be a minimum of 15 on each side for those lots, or do we want to do 20?
Well, we wanted to keep them, what did we
30
say,
feet
30
apart,
feet
so
apart,
that
so
would
if
be
we do
15.
15. So 15 side and rear. And then 20 in the front. And then they have to have 7 parking spaces.
So we're adding a
On site.
setback section to that.
Yeah. Because we want to say that they have to be on an individual lot.
Yeah, and we've got a minimum frontage of 100 feet. And then, so if it's an individual lot, instead of calculate the lot size based upon the square feet per bedroom, we'll just say the lot size is,
Are you doing some math, Jeff, or no? No.
I am.
Oh, you are, so let's see what he comes up with. 'Cause you need 7 spaces that are probably 10 by 200 square feet each, so that's 1,400 square feet.
If you do a 20-foot front setback, would they end up maybe putting parking in the front? Do you want that?
well, they have doors on every side for entrances, so
I'm just saying options in terms of options.
I don't have a problem with the 10-foot setback, because I feel like it's the same thing, they're gonna move them to make it look more attractive, so. I would think.
Maybe we can say with parking, with parking to the sides of the buildings? I don't know. I don't know how
think-
far we can get into this.
Yeah, let's not, well, I think we could go forever.
Yeah.
So I think if we restrict the number, the basic size, what'd you say, we've already been there?
I think we're headed there.
So do I. So I think we don't have to get into exactly where the
Okay, so
parking
we're
is.
down to 4 units. The setbacks are 5 side and rear.
All right, so
5.
Wait, no, 15.
15. Side and rear.
wait, the maximum number is 4.
Yeah.
Yep,
Then are we putting a minimum lot size? Because we were gonna follow the sections per the other ones, as you had pointed out. But are we doing a minimum lot size?
I think we should.
Yeah, if they're individual lots, a minimum
How many feet? 10, 12,000 feet?
We had 10,000 before.
I think you could fit that building with parking on a 10,000 square foot
and some living
lot.
space.
And a little bit of outside space, sure.
Okay. I mean, I defer to Jeff on that. I think that's fine.
so keep it at 10,000.
Each building must be on its own lot?
Yes. 10,000 square foot minimum lot size.
And the,
And this next subsection would be,
Do you have frontage on that?
Yeah.
100 feet.
Setbacks are 20 front, 15 side. And you want to go with 15 rear too?
The minimum frontage was what?
100.
100.
do you want to do 10 setback or 20?
Well, if you do 15 on each side, the adjacent lot, which I'm assuming will be a fourplex lot as well, will also have 15 feet, so you got 30 feet of separation between the
The only
buildings,
thing you
what
could
we
do-
talked about.
Maybe what, to Eleanor's point though, if you did 10 on the front and you increase the sides to 20, that would encourage them to put the parking not on the street. Not on the, right on, in front of the
Okay,
buildings.
yeah, that's fine, sure.
They might have some pull-in spaces in front, but at least it wouldn't be all of it.
Right. How do you feel about that, Ed?
So what did you say, Lisa?
10 feet front and then 20 side and rear.
Okay.
Yeah, that
And
works for me.
And the minimum parking, the 7 spaces, have to be on site.
Right.
Correct. Same as the other ones.
So you went to 20 side and rear?
That's still 7,200 square feet, I think. If you added that up. 10, that'd be 80, yeah. No living spaces in basement. I thought these units had bedrooms down there that we were okay with.
They do.
So that's not
Go in
accurate,
the
right?
order. So we got C1 is minimum lot size equals 10,000 square feet, comma, each building must be on its own lot, semicolon. Then we
Yep.
got C2 is minimum frontage equals 100 feet.
That's right.
C3 equals setbacks? No.
Yes, I think 3 is setbacks.
And setbacks were what?
20 feet side and rear, 10 feet front.
That was that was what, 3?
Yeah, that
Yes.
was 3.
That was 3. And then we got parking is 4.
Yep.
7 spaces located on each lot. Mm-hmm. Okay.
The minimum of, I mean, all these are minimum.
Minimum, right.
And then 5 was, I think there are bedrooms in these units in the basement, so that 5 should be
5 would be
stricken.
stricken.
5 is stricken. Mm-hmm. And then the same language on the AC unit.
Yeah.
That we don't need 7.
We don't need 7.
Well, 5, do we need to say, where we struck 5, do we need to say no entire unit in the basement, or do we say that somewhere else?
I think we refer to the plan again. I
Because
agree with you.
I think instead of no, I think that number 5 was supposed to be there, but instead of saying no living space in basement, we're supposed to say no entire living space, or no,
Or no unit located entirely in basement.
yes,
Correct, perfect.
yeah.
So in the parking, that minimum number, so they can put as many as they want, can fit on there? That means there's no maximum?
Well, the hard part with that, then you end up with
I was actually
horrible.
cutting the minimum word. And I was
Yeah, I
saying
mean, could they put
parking-
3 there if they want?
Parking equals 7 spaces located on each lot.
Yeah, because we don't want them putting more than
That's
7.
it. Yeah, and I eliminated minimum on the other parking provisions too.
Yeah, because you want some green space.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's right.
So then we had a new 5, then we have, the AC is still 6 as revised, and then we got 7 is the max number of buildings.
Yeah, it was 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, maximum number of fourplex buildings.
Do we want to
equals 4.
revisit D? And strike duplex strike fourplex from that?
I don't, again, the plans show each unit with
I know,
a,
it just might be a better design without that, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Lisa said,
without this, so take it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the duplexes, I think you would want to have their own entrance, because that's what a duplex is.
I think we don't have to say it for duplex.
Right.
I think it would be silly for them to build one door and then have an interior hallway and lose space.
You wanted to allow that, that you can get into a unit?
Yeah,
I don't know, I mean, I'm going back and forth. I just remember when we were talking about the larger buildings before, one thing that we wanted separate access so that people could have a sense of their own home and some outdoor space, but it really does complicate the architecture. But maybe we don't need to get into that and worry about the architecture later.
yeah.
I think-
I'm gonna say let's move on.
Okay.
I mean, they could seek a modification on that too,
Yeah,
if there was
if-
some
if-
compelling reason.
Okay.
But I mean, is there a compelling reason for us to keep it in there? Because I
Well,
agree
you had
that,
the concern, I guess, it was like was it some type of lighted unit type of thing.
It was
that-
when there were 8
when
units
there are
per
8.
building.
Because then it just
Eight.
became like an apartment building, but like the thing that Eleanor sent us this week, the missing middle housing link that you sent us,
With the duplexes.
with the
and fourplex
duplexes and
options.
fourplex, like there's some pretty attractive fourplexes that have a single, or they had all 4 entrances on
On one side.
on the front, but those are exterior, so.
Yeah.
I don't think we're probably looking at the final plans.
Okay,
So let's not get too stuck
Okay.
on some of these things that
Okay.
aren't gonna,
So we'll just
Really?
leave that as
And
is.
can we just take out D?
as far as I'm concerned.
Take it out.
okay.
The rec building, Do we have
That
to
all
talk
looked-
about it much?
That all looked good.
Yeah,
No.
8 parking spaces. The pool, the only comment I had was, again, the dimensions of 20 by 48. That's as presented by the applicant. That's not a condition we're imposing. That's what they've proposed, and we agree with it. As agreed to by, or I don't
Just,
know.
I say as proposed
Yes.
by the applicant.
Yeah,
I think
okay,
that's
you got it.
fine. Did we wanna say, the no, remember we were saying how what is it, Rugged Scott sold memberships for
Yeah.
other people?
No,
Oh, it's for exclusive use of residents and guests, okay, sorry.
Residents and guests.
they never asked to sell memberships to, I mean, I assume
Well, they didn't-
Rugged Scott
Rugged
did.
Scott, they asked us?
Oh, you think they did that after the fact?
I don't I didn't
I
see
don't
that.
know. I don't
I
care
didn't
either.
see it in the conditions or anything like
Okay.
that.
Okay. I don't think we have to say it if it's for exclusive use of residents and guests.
Okay.
The landscaping, all I would say about the landscape, 143 street trees, again, that was as presented by the applicant, or that kind of language. On B, it must comply with zoning bylaw as to required tree caliper size, I think. Or is that implied because A was talking about trees? I don't think
I
so.
just wanted to add language to 14A, so where are you now? I've got that,
14B.
14B.
okay.
Must comply with zoning bylaws to required tree caliper size. Just insert tree.
Tree caliper size.
Do we want to put the section that is, or no? Is that getting,
I mean, you can, sure. The zoning bylaw section. The notation. Okay, then, I didn't have anything else on E. I think the apron actually doesn't necessarily want it, well, it could, I think you should have the choice. If you want a Belgian block apron, or do we want it to be
15D,
asphalt
E.
like the road?
Driveways must be native stone.
oh, sorry, D,
If they
sorry.
wanted to do Belgian block apron, sure.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well,
E,
that's what I'm
aprons,
saying, but
sorry.
it says it shall be the same surface as the roadway. We don't really care what the apron is made out, I don't think, if it's Belgian block or
Well,
do
We
you
just
think
don't want it to,
Do we want them all to look the same? I mean, is that,
no, not necessarily, but you don't want you don't want you don't want an asphalt roadway and a gravel
no,
apron.
no,
But you
it
also
has
don't-
It's
to
gotta be
be.
it's either gonna match the roadway surface or it can be Belgian block.
you
Okay.
also want to make sure that a Belgian block is not only on the market value, whatever, right? You want to make, that has to be evenly distributed if you're going to do Belgian block on some affordables too.
Let's just keep it the same. It matches the roadway. If they want to put Belgian block, they come back and ask.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Moving on. Curbing and sidewalks, we talked about. The open space, they wanted to, limit the private exclusive use of residents and guests. Do we have an issue with that?
No?
And then somehow I don't think there's ever been a calculation that we've seen in terms of how much green space is included on the plan now, but it can't get to be less than that.
That's,
I don't know if there's anything, I know we all talked about the sport courts. Are we gonna put an explicit prohibition against any basketball court or anything like that?
I don't have a problem with the basketball court personally.
I don't either.
do we want to make, though, a statement that there should be, like a playground area or anything like that?
There's no playground on this whole
Tot lot,
thing.
called tot lot.
Tot lot.
I mean, they haven't shown one on the plan,
We-
doesn't mean
we
that they
just
weren't intended to
town
build one,
eliminated
but.
one.
I also think a basketball court is, I'd rather see like a tennis court or something else that's not so like, basketball court's just like a big thing of concrete.
So is a tennis court.
pretty much what a tennis court is, but,
Not,
But
and they had the,
people
no,
were-
it
It's
had
hard
like
to-
the green, it has like the green.
Well, it depends on what kind you make, you know.
hard true. I don't think we need to get into whether you like basketball and I like tennis. And,
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean like I just was thinking about that. I was just looking at the basketball courts at the high school the other day when I was there, and I'm like, it's just a big, hot concrete.
Yeah, I mean, my
Ugly
only comment
thing of-
related to that is, yeah, you've taken up some,
Green space.
Green space,
For like for something that's not going to get used a ton.
Yeah.
All right, well,
I don't feel sure.
is that the defensible position? No basketball court?
I just had a thought coming
Go
in my
ahead.
head from the right side of my brain about the pool. What did my right side of my brain say? Did we want to say community pool only, no pools on individual lots?
But yeah, definitely, no spas or pools. No,
No,
pool.
we didn't say that.
We did
We said
say
no spas.
Definitely said no
Spas, for sure.
There's
spas.
probably no room for.
Is that a pool?
Not
by
the-
definition of the
no.
bylaw.
So yeah, just add no pools or spas.
On
Pools,
individual lots.
pools or ponds. Ponds would be good for you.
I don't know which subsection that was, but
It was,
It's under
1F,
single family houses, right?
or pool.
I mean, you can put that in each one.
No spas. It's like 10F on
Yeah,
13.
10F.
No pool.
Or can I just put it on the pool part?
No, I would put it on the
That's the
individual.
community pool. I think you want to individually say no spas or pools on any of the
Any of the lots.
dwelling
Unit
lots.
Well, he's got it listed right now under the single family dwelling, so you're gonna add that as a subsection to every.
Yeah, to every
dwelling
section.
unit.
The duplexes can't have spas. The nor can the fourplexes.
Unless you just
They were
make
not
it,
on the plan either. Again, I would note they were not shown on the plan.
right.
If they want to come back someday, have at it. So we're back to, I don't think it was anywhere that we were going to eliminate the basketball court as shown or add a tot lot. Do we want to do that? Let's do it if we want to. No?
No, I don't think we need to. I think your note about, and maybe we should, if we could look at the plan and there is something that says how much open space there is now, maybe we can come up with a requirement of open space.
Well,
and
there could
increase it.
there could definitely be. We took the recreation building down by, X number. There could definitely be room for a playground on that spot.
Oh, we could put it in there, in
'Cause
that
there's-
subsection as a,
Because
sort of
and
a-
we could also say there is a playground near there on Essex, at the end of Essex Road, right, Winter Park, and then there's a playground at the elementary school. But those are the two closest. It would be nice if you're building all that and,
Oh, it's a great idea. There should be one. I mean,
And
the
it doesn't-
developer, you would think, would have added one,
and it
but
doesn't take up green space.
So why don't we just put it under recreational building and create a subsection F?
Where's that? What page?
14.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And what are we requiring?
Some kind of
Inclusion of
like a playground comparable to
a tot lot or a playground. And
what's a tot lot? That sounds like something.
It's the terminology that you typically see with these.
As long as that's not what it is, the one that's in Rugged Scott is about smaller than this table.
For tots.
Tots
Tater
are
tots.
small.
For pugs.
All right, we're gonna keep moving. So if it's important, let's come up with the language. I mean, again, I don't know that some of these things are the developer I would think would want to do to sell his units. So if he doesn't want to do it, that's up to him, in my opinion.
But we're
Them.
not requiring it then.
Well, I don't see
One
why
thing
we
that
have to require.
should say is, though, is under recreational building, developer to include more green space or playground in lieu of larger building. Because you don't want him to then create that lot as super small. Do you know what I mean? Since we've reduced that building so dramatically, and the reason we did it was to make sure there was more open space. And I just want to make sure that square footage, that
Right, so-
reduction goes to open space on that lot.
You
Yeah.
also might wanna say the all recreational uses, if they were to put a basketball court or something like that, because
Need
it's
to
a,
be
it's
there.
a nice amenity for kids,
Yeah.
definitely, and for parents to have a playground who don't wanna walk or can't or don't have transportation, if that's the case, to go park.
Put all of it on
Put it all
that.
on the same lot because of
Yeah.
noise generation. Like, people-
Yeah.
basketball's
That's a good
great.
idea.
I'm good with that. I just didn't like the basketball court was like stuck back in the corner
Back
between
when that
two
one-
buildings.
yeah.
And then there was like this weird barbecue pit, and then it's right up against
How
the
about
like
a
buffer
sports court?
zone.
The green space playground sports court, to
They'll all be located on the same recreational,
yeah.
that lot. I mean, it's on one lot now.
Yeah, I
I know.
like
What is
that.
the size of that lot? Because let's say that lot can't be
Open
reduced.
space created by reduction in
Right.
rec building shall, blah, 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 blah.
It will give you a minimum lot size for the recreational building.
Yeah, it wasn't
that
necessarily
includes the pool,
basketball I'm
too.
against. I just didn't
I
like
know.
this like
96 square
stuck
feet.
way back in the corner there.
Got a teardrop.
And the pool is on that too?
Yes,
Okay.
not 39.
And then isn't there also, well, whatever.
The building
is-
on the floor looks.
That is rubbing his
There's
head.
also septic, all the stormwater drainage in the back area, so I don't really know where they're gonna put it.
Well, the building is getting to be half the
Yeah,
size.
the building is smaller now.
Right. But I think we should say that,
Right, so this whole situation that's now open
right.
could be.
We should just say lot 39 to have a minimum square footage of 38,000 square feet, which is basically what they've shown now, right?
Done.
Yeah.
And how they utilize it, let's move on. We don't have to tell them they have to put a tot lot or a teen lot
Right.
or a.
Minimum
slot.
square footage
I want
of
a
what?
she shed.
I know you do. You're
she
not
shed?
kidding it.
Hold on, let me give you the
Kristen
square
tells me that all
footage.
the time. darn it.
38,196.
38,300, what did you?
196 is what's shown on the plan now.
Yeah, you don't have to say what specifically it is, but the recreational uses for the community
Subdivision
will be-
have
will
to be on that lot.
Yeah, recreational uses for the
I think that
community
makes sense.
shall be
I
limited
did
to
not-
that
I
lot.
did-
Recreation
yeah,
lot. You
again.
don't have to be specific what they
Yeah,
are.
totally.
Okay,
Okay.
back to 15.
Yep.
We'll still have the note about the open space. Let me see if there is a note about how much open space there is on this. Sorry.
So are you putting any requirement on the green space, or are you just saying minimum lot square footage, 38,196 square feet?
Yeah.
All right, and they can do whatever they want.
Yes. Well, I mean, they can put the rec building on it, and they can, if they want a tot lot or a
Basketball court or
whatever.
whatever they
Or
want
wood
to do.
chips. I mean, just keep that in mind, you're not conditioning anything, so they could put wood chips.
Wood chips?
Why would they do that?
You mean as
I
a
don't
sub,
know why
as
they
a
do it, but I'm
surface?
saying if you had some stated concern that you wanted a.
We don't. I don't have any stated concern.
I'm just giving an example that they don't have to build a tot lot sports court or.
No,
No.
they could just leave it as grass, and that would be lovely too.
Yeah.
Well, but what you're saying is they could like create something unattractive.
That's
But
on
why
them.
would
I
they
mean,
do
they-
that?
you know,
I don't care about it being unattractive. I
Okay.
just heard that you had a concern that you wanted some type of tot lot or something. You're not required.
No, I just
we're
what
not.
my concern was that the only recreational like outdoor
Yeah.
like activity space was like a postage stamp, not postage stamp, I shouldn't say that, was a concrete lot that was stuck or slab stuck way in the back.
Yeah.
It didn't really seem like if you're gonna go play basketball, you might want to go in the pool afterwards. Now you got to walk all the way across. Whereas
Right.
like in Noshop, like the tennis courts, the pickleball court, the shuffleboard thing, the playground, all of that stuff is centered around the pool and the
Yeah.
recreational building. So you can go play tennis, take a shower, change, and go swimming and get your mail.
Yeah. I'm just pointing out you're not requiring anything. So-
No.
All right.
Just in terms of the open space though, do we want to require a certain amount of open space or no?
Yeah.
50%.
Well, that lot minus
that
that
No, I
lot.
meant on the whole subdivision.
What's
Well, yeah, it would be all the buffer.
We have buffer zones, yeah.
but I mean, what's the normal percentage that's required?
With
There isn't one.
20%, I believe, is the number for a commercial.
Oh right, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
So 13.5 times 43,562. Is it 43,560?
Close enough.
Times 20%. 1,176 divided by 43,562. That didn't work. Came up with 27 acres.
It's a lot. No,
Considering the site's only 13 and a half.
Cookie?
Oh, here we go. Times 20%.
all right, well,
560.
Jeff's got a boat to catch.
2.7
And, we're gonna have to meet on Monday.
Sounds that way.
We're not gonna, I mean, we're gonna finish for another, 45 minutes, I'd say. But I just wanna warn everybody, I think, because there
Well,
seems.
you don't want to take a vote on the project before Jeff leaves, and then
Are you here Monday?
I can't be here physically Monday.
What time are we meeting Monday?
1 o'clock. Upstairs.
I mean, I'm prepared to vote. I just, it seems like every time we meet, we get to page 14 or 15, and then 15 through 30 or whatever.
Maybe next time we start at 30.
Good point. Well,
Well, let's just say
absolutely.
we can't really revisit any numbers after this.
Yeah, just close out whatever we've done until 15, we close out.
All right, so are we over the green space? Are we
Well-
moving on? The plan shows a certain amount of green space. It can be no less than that. Or do
Yeah,
we
I
want to
guess-
say it needs to be more?
No, I think that's fine. I suppose just in terms of like the size of the buildings that they've submitted, it's gonna offer a certain amount of green space. The buffer itself is 2 acres, 92,635. And when I did my little calculation of 20%, it was 2.7.
Right, plus the 32,000 interior green space, plus by
Well, that-
virtue of
Setbacks and,
only fourplexes, that's more space.
I mean, you do kind of have it specified, because it's shown on the plan as a condition.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, so
That's fine.
that's what I'm getting at. Let's move on.
Yeah.
On the buffer zone, I did think there's some good language from the Rugged Scott decision about the buffer zone, a tree every 10 foot. You can go in and disturb the buffer zone for routine things like surveying and whatnot. Sometimes you do have to clear a sight line. You cannot clear cut the lot line per se. So there is language in there, George. It's a bunch of paragraphs.
Got it.
That was the result of the lawsuit.
That was a result of a lawsuit, even better. Okay. The parking roadway access, minimum of 188 off-street parking spaces, I believe that's what's shown. Is that correct?
I'm looking. 230 on this plan.
Was that the total?
Yeah, that included the community building, single families, duplex, overflow, and then condo area had a lot. So if we were to figure this out, we have 49. Yeah, it's right here. I'm just trying to figure out where we are. We'd still have the 8.
I mean, we're talking overflow parking, right?
Yeah.
What's a,
Well, the way this is written is of total number of parking. We could just specify A as additional parking required.
well, that's what I'm thinking. What's
So
a
we had-
reasonable number of additional parking?
We had 8 at the community building, plus they had 49 on the street.
Oh, 49 on the street? Okay. I would think, I don't know, one additional lot per unit?
One additional space per unit? So an additional 72 spaces?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does that seem like a reasonable calculus?
yeah.
But you have the concerns of the fire chief.
Yeah, so I would say, subject to, I think that's in the state or
gotta-
federal code, right? So we could
Yeah,
just
well, they need a
cover
certain
it.
width, and there's trees to be dealt with, and the road width, so just,
Well, they had, before they
The
had
plan shows 49.
49 plus 8, so that's 57.
That includes the 8 on the rec building.
Yeah.
But I think,
And they had
did the
extras at
chief's
the
letter say
condo.
that that might not be, the ones on the side of the road,
Might hinder,
yeah,
yeah.
subject
I
to.
did not, I thought more to the point, he simply said, if it is one way, it has to be this wide.
Yeah.
Which is a condition that George put it,
Okay.
if it's two-way, with parking, it has to be this wide.
Okay.
So why don't we just
So
say
it's
that the minimum additional parking spaces should be 1 per dwelling unit, so that if they reduce the number of dwelling units, or they have to because of the roadway, then
Good point,
they have to figure it out.
works for me. Does that work?
Works for me, I just not sure what the.
One addition, well, so where your parking
at,
roadway
yeah,
access,
18A.
minimum of 1 off-street parking space,
1 additional,
yeah,
it would actually be on-street parking space,
Yeah.
right?
yes.
Minimum one additional on-street parking.
Per
Space
dwelling
Per
unit.
dwelling unit.
Maximum or minimum?
and that includes all dwelling units.
Minimum.
I mean, that's
So they
all.
can't go below that?
No.
Yeah, it's a minimum, so, well,
72.
minimum of 1 per dwelling unit, so if they end up with 4 dwelling units, they only need 4 extra spaces. If they have 72, they need 72. Which
But it
includes,
still needs to
That's
meet the
maximum.
requirements of the fire chief. In terms of the width, they still have to
that's a
meet those
different issue.
requirements. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a different issue.
Well, does a minimum say you could go above that?
yeah, if they want more parking, why would we preclude them? If the green space is tagged,
And so they have to put 1 per,
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I just didn't know.
There's no B then, there's no A or B, it's just one thing.
yeah.
So the maintenance building is all good, right?
Yep.
Additional 410 vote.
I didn't see anything on 16. 17 on condition 37. This just for my edification. Is it MIPA or MISA?
Lisa.
No, this is different.
This MIPA is different than MISA.
Yes, MEPA is the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act.
Policy Act. Okay.
And MESA is the Mass Endangered Species Act.
Right.
And
okay.
apparently they require a MEPA filing on this.
Okay. Done. Just wondered.
I'm giving in.
You need the heavy dose, so you don't turn into Betty White.
No, it's not for me.
Now let's touch the donuts here.
Well, this is smaller, so this has got to be less
That's
calories.
thicker though.
Okay.
I mean, the only other is
Hourly rate.
on page 18, number 42. Applicant shall comply with the Mass Architectural Access Board.
Yeah, I don't
Does
know
it-
what that is. I got it from John Chesia.
I just wonder if it should say applicant shall comply with the Mass Architectural Access Board requirements as, you know,
Is that ADA?
yeah. As required by the law. I mean, we're not saying every unit has to be
Yeah, wasn't it a federal?
as applicable.
John Chesia had further clarified
did?
it.
All
Yeah,
right. I'll
that's
look
why
at
this is
that.
Written here. I don't know what it is, the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board.
Well, it has to do with handicap
Accessibility.
accessibility issues. I don't think by law you have to do anything. I mean, obviously
Common building has
The
to.
the
common
rec building would have to
Other than
be,
that,
but that's a building code issue. We don't have to condition it that way.
Yeah, I would think.
Well, do you want to go against your consultant's recommendation?
No, you might
No,
as well
no,
have
no,
it in
no.
there.
I'm just talking in general. I mean, you can't build a community building that's not accessible. So, yeah, no, I'm fine with this. I just didn't know if it needed a little bit more language as required by, or,
I did comply with the requirements of the,
yeah. All right, the only thing I had on other thing I had on 18, and in 47, this gets into what the fire chief said, and then it says modeling is not given in drawings to assure the fire department's apparatus can access development. That doesn't sound like a condition. I thought it might want to say
statement.
something like modeling must be submitted and reviewed
To ensure.
the fire department apparatus can access development.
In compliance with CMR, whatever it is.
18.3.
In compliance with CMR 18.23411. 527. Then on some of these other ones, I mean, do we need to put in language like on 50 and 51 that the hydrant layout needs to be defined and installed before construction begins? I mean, obviously the layout's not going to be installed, so the hydrant layout needs to be reviewed and approved by the appropriate body.
well, he recommended this. I don't know why he did. I don't know.
This is Chesia?
No, this is first of all, there's a notation at the beginning of this section that this needs proofreading and further
Yeah.
refinement, because it was just cut and pasted from the fire chief's comments. And I don't know why he would have said that, and I don't know why we would go against the recommendation, if that's what he's saying.
Oh, I know what he's saying. I think the hydrant layout needs to be defined, and I think that would be one thing, and reviewed and approved, and then installed before construction begins of the housing units.
Yeah, it makes sense, because if
Yeah.
there were a fire
Yeah,
in the middle of
absolutely. I was
construction-
thinking you meant before you disturb the site kind of thing. How can you put the fire hydrants in? You can't, but it makes sense to me.
So before construction of housing units begins?
Yeah.
Dwellings.
I mean, I don't even know why we. I don't even know why we need to say it, because it's part of the infrastructure. If the hydrants aren't in, it's it doesn't meet the. That would be a precondition. You have to have the hydrants, but whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, but he didn't, that's fine. What if there's a fire before the housing units are built?
That's why they have to have the hydrants.
Yeah, but that-
he's not, what you just said isn't having it. They're not installed yet. Because you said installed before construction of dwelling units begins. So what if
So
there
you're
was
saying if they've done the infrastructure,
mean,
and
it
then there's
takes-
a brush fire?
Right. I'm
That's
also just,
you can't protect against that. You have to do all the infrastructure before the hydrants go in. Like normally, right, Jeffrey? Or would you have site fire hydrants?
No, you wouldn't have a site fire hydrant, no.
Right, so you have to basically be finished with the infrastructure. With the 1 inch, 1.5
What?
inch, with the binder course and,
Well, not necessarily
They wouldn't
the binder
necessarily-
course, but you get the water system gets put in, the hydrants get put in as part of the water infrastructure, and then it's, and then
But is it live?
This on the last 40B?
I don't know what you
Is
did
it
in the last
live
40B.
at that point? Are the hydrants all connected
this
and the
came in-
water?
It's like we're reinventing
This
the
came in
wheel
after
here.
after the hearing was
Stuck in the
closed.
minutia and we're not moving forward.
Yeah, it came in after the hearing was closed on the applicant's assent,
That was his
the fire
letter.
chief's comment. And he said this, and I just cut and pasted in. So I don't know if he meant he really wanted them installed before you did anything there. In case of a brush fire or a
no,
No, that seems
that's
crazy.
not
move
our.
up or whatever.
No,
All right.
that needs, I
So I'm
mean,
gonna revise it as you just told me to.
Yeah, they have to be operational, I guess, before, I think it makes sense, before you start construction. Or,
Or a portion of them do, if they end up phasing.
Yeah,
it,
good
then,
point.
Then you do,
or maybe, Jeffrey, it's only before COs are, I mean, you don't have to provide fire prevention at
at the construction
At
phase.
a
But this is
construction
such a,
site.
but this is such a large development. I mean, there's a lot
No,
of.
I'm saying if, yeah, but it's no,
It's different than somebody building a house on 2 acres.
I mean, but this one on
The
Satan's
chance
Path,
of it,
on Satan's Path, they got to do, were allowed to construct 2 houses to serve for marketing models at the same time as the infrastructure improvements were being undertaken within the first phase, so,
they were able to build without any
so
protection.
that doesn't, yeah, they were able to build, I mean, I know it's bigger, but, and we don't know if they're gonna phase it, which, I don't know when that comes in or how we even address that, but
We're requiring phasing later on in this.
good.
Well, they're not gonna get building permits until, a certain amount of this infrastructure is completed. If it's phased, but I don't think you get a building permit unless you have access to the water and you have access to sewer, right?
yeah. All I'm saying is it's not worded properly. I think
So
you
let's
should
just-
have to
It's
put,
probably not worded properly.
So
but
we
it was
just need
written
to
by a
change the
fire-
words.
fire-
I don't think he crafted it quite as well as he could have.
I'm not arguing with you,
All
I'm
right,
just saying.
I just want to move off
Yeah,
it.
let's move off it.
I'm just saying the hydrant layout needs to be reviewed and approved by the appropriate body, which I would assume is the fire chief, and then installed before construct, or as part of the initial infrastructure work.
You could just say needs to meet with the recommendations provided by the fire chief.
But they're.
The initial,
they're-
I'll move on, that was different than what you just said, I'm
but
sorry.
They're
but-
vague.
I'm gonna defer to the experts on this.
I'm gonna do, let's do.
Leave it as is. Makes no sense, but let's move
No,
on.
let's not leave it as it is, it makes no sense, just change it to what you said, hydrant layout needs to be defined, reviewed, and approved, and installed before construction of the dwelling units begins. That's standard, right? Whatever the standard process is you guys do.
But the point is that you don't do that when you're building a single-family house. You
Let's-
don't have a hydrant.
That's good enough, though. And if
Okay.
it's a
That's-
problem, that they can come back and say, "Oh, you made a mistake."
Okay.
Hydraulic study makes sense. Wastewater we talked about.
The public sewer has some more to be added to it. Well, basically, what's on here now is just some recommendations with respect to the preferred option that you're requiring. And quite a few more conditions need to be put in per the sewer department's usual conditions, how they do this. So I'm just adding all that in per David Gray. So that will be, there won't be anything further for you to really look at for that, but there will be more sentences on that section. Same thing for water. We've talked about water many times. In addition to the concerns that were noted during the public hearing, the Wanacomit Water Department has a form and a typical set of conditions that they impose when they allow the water connection, so that's gonna be filled in.
Okay.
Compliance with state and federal requirements is, the only one important there would be, I mean, they're all important, it's subject to all of that, but, we were going to add, we reference, the Endangered Species Act. Well, we've got to add some further language about the pending, appeal and exhaustion of that, ongoing with the land council.
I thought you removed it last draft. And now it's back in.
I don't know why I would have removed that, we should have that in there.
In the draft we went through Monday.
It would
I
be
thought you had
shown as
removed the
stricken.
language. Yeah, it was, it's not a big deal. You just had a
Where
reason for
I
taking it
wasn't
out.
going to have that was, in the narrative section about the factual background.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
But,
okay.
but where you do want it is you want to specify that not only do they need to comply with this, but that there's a specific ongoing appeal that needs to be resolved to finality before they can go forward.
Okay, it must have been in a different section.
We discussed it about having it or not having it, but
Yeah.
it was never in there.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody have anything on 21? 22? We already talked about a little bit in condition 61, 71.
Yep.
The profitability issue we talked about, I think at other ones, if they have to give it to the town if it's over 20%, that will never happen, but, the local preference, that's adequate, that language right there? Right? George, on 79?
That was recommended by Ed Marchand.
Okay.
I had quite a bit more on marketing and Ed objected to it. He thought it was beyond the scope, and I didn't feel very strongly about it.
Yeah, I think the only thing that typically gets in there is there should be a local preference. I mean, there are.
Shall be, yep.
Shall be. There are limitations to that, but that's all part of.
No, I understand. The original draft had some more stringent things related to
Okay.
marketing, but Ed thought it was beyond the scope.
The plans and whatnot, we talked about this last time. Before we totally run out of time, or we can keep talking after Jeff leaves, is there language somewhere in here about the homeowners association?
Ed is working on that. We have some stuff, but he wanted more in there.
All right,
There was
'cause-
good language in the, I think it was in the Satcham's path conditions, I thought.
yeah, and I thought the Rugged Scott one, or one of them specifically talked about, there was a percentage so one group, if you will, couldn't gang up on the other group.
Yeah.
And also the ZBA is.
So like the market rate units couldn't all band together to push something down the affordable units' throats. Or vice versa, but that would never work because there's not enough people left. So I think that's important. Other than that, I don't know, I would look in those things.
Can I just make a suggestion, since Jeff has a time constraint? I mean, aren't you at the point where you can vote the project? And then if you get through the rest of these conditions today, it's really just subject to the further refinement of the language on the written decision.
So we don't have to vote a specific set of conditions.
That seems weird to me. I had to say, George, that we would vote.
You will, but they won't. You've reached consensus about the conditions and so what you're gonna have is conditions in the written decision that are protecting your interests in accordance with an approval with conditions. The main approval with conditions that you're doing is the approval of the permit with the unit count, as you've discussed, and housing type and all of that, and you've already reached consensus about the types of conditions that you want in there, about sewer and water. And these other ones are, if you want further deliberations, you can, but you're not gonna have a final written decision by the time of further deliberations on Monday.
No.
Right.
I wouldn't
true.
anticipate that. I mean,
So
but
why would you not wanna vote
I get it.
an approval or denial of the project with conditions, subject to, the chair finalizing the written decision with council? And then obviously, you're gonna have a chance to read it before you sign it and file it with the town clerk.
how does everyone feel about that?
I mean, unless you think something's gonna change between now and Monday, I don't know why you wouldn't make that vote, because at this point, we won't have all the conditions ironed out anyway.
Well, I think as George said, I think we do have all of the conditions that are,
We're just,
I've ironed out. There are additional protective language that probably needs to be installed, but,
when we have to be able to proofread it and make sure that the conditions were written properly and.
yeah, I mean, it does beg the question, I hate to say it, but if we were to vote it today or Monday, it's not going to be finalized on Monday. So when is it going to be finalized so that we can actually read what we're signing by Friday? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
a little
hopefully-
uncomfortable with not reading it before we sign it.
Yes, you have to read and sign it, but you don't need a final version of the written decision that you're filing with the town clerk to vote on the project
yeah,
within the time limit.
this was
So
a
I'm
diff-
just saying,
this
what
was-
are you waiting until Monday for a vote for? Unless you want to think about it over the weekend. If you're not, don't make me rush you. If you're not comfortable with the consensus you reached earlier today, you want to think about it over the weekend, keep the deliberations going and have further ones and vote Monday.
But we have to vote either today or Monday.
Yes.
Okay. Even though the decision doesn't get turned in until Friday.
Right.
We're gonna
Right.
vote either
And remember
today or
that
Monday.
I'm not saying it's a mystery about the conditions. What I'm saying is the main conditions, if you had voted what you're talking about earlier today, are already in what you've discussed and looked at. The other conditions have to do with protecting all of your concerns in accordance with that voted project. Things like, what needs to happen before a building permit and all of that is on there. There's nothing really that you need to deliberate and vote on. You're not gonna vote each individual condition.
From a legal perspective, George, is there a reason why you would prefer to be present for a vote? Or does that happen?
No, that doesn't matter.
All right,
And I could certainly be on the phone when you,
my question was actually different. My question was, even if we were to vote today or Monday,
you're at the final point about this document. There's some further refinements, some additional important conditions that need to be put in, but we know what those are. So you should have really the final version of it either by the end of the day Monday or the latest like Tuesday morning.
all right, so that was the answer that I was looking for. We're gonna have this by the end, let's say Tuesday by noon, so that we have time to read it before actually signing it.
Yes.
And make any changes if any typos we see or anything.
Because it doesn't need to, we can't deliberate after Monday. but
Correct.
It doesn't have to be filed with the clerk until Friday.
Right.
Before close of
Right.
business.
And we have a regular meeting on Thursday.
I'm just curious from the procedural standpoint, why can you not get an extension on the deliberation period? As a matter of course, because, quite frankly, I think we should be reading the thing before we vote on it. But, if you absolutely.
You're voting on the project. You're not voting a specific document.
But I think Ed's point is, what happens if we voted and then we read and it's like, well, I feel differently about this one condition. I wish it had said X. Do we have the opportunity to change that?
Yes.
Because we can't deliberate after that
But
point, so we
aren't
can't
we-
discuss
aren't we
it.
voting?
I thought you were gonna authorize the chair to finalize the written decision in accordance with your vote. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think what Ed was saying, like, that he didn't want to be responsible then for the finalizing the permit, and then say I read it later, and I'm like, well, what do you mean? Why does it say blah blah blah? I thought we'd read to X.
Yeah, I mean, if you think there's a realistic possibility of that, but I don't.
Ed might
we've
just
talked
take
about all the
5
things
bedrooms unilaterally.
Yeah, I don't think
I would
that
not
should-
be making any
I'm kidding.
changes. I know you are.
I'm just saying
It's more, a function
things
of,
like
if I have to sign something, number one, I want to read it. Number two, I think everybody else should read it before, and frankly, I think we should read it before we vote on it. But if no one else has a problem with it,
I would like to at least wait until Monday for a vote, just
Yeah.
my own reason to give me time to deliberate. And we have made some substantive changes in this meeting to maybe think.
I mean,
about
my
something.
concern
If
about
that, unless there's a big concern.
Why can't we
No.
end deliberation and vote on Thursday? We have to have the vote
Yeah.
by the end of Monday.
well, that was my question. Why can't that be extended as well? So we actually are voting on the thing we're voting on. I'm asking, George, can the deliberations by,
But if the deliberation continues until Thursday and he has to file on Friday, then if we vote and there are changes, like how is he gonna have change and then we're gonna have to read it again, like,
You know what, why don't
just
I
keeps
ask
going.
the applicant's counsel is here, can you check with them? Can they extend deliberations to Thursday just so that they can have a final version, they can have the final written comprehensive permit decision to vote, know exactly what they're voting on by Thursday? Yeah, we could maybe do that now, and then it would,
yeah. I mean, I think we know what we're voting on, don't get me wrong. It's just, I would prefer to have. the
I would
document.
actually, the things, options I was giving you are legal and reasonable, but I would prefer to do it the way you're suggesting. That there would be time for me to take, based on all your consensus and your votes, to do the full, final, written decision in final format for you to read through and have it before, 2 days before
Yeah.
your final
That's
vote
what I
on
would like.
Thursday.
'Cause
Would
we
be a
could just-
preferred way to do
cause
it.
we could just vote and sign at the regular meeting on Thursday.
Exactly, yeah.
And if there's little.
And you would have
little-
it, you would have had it for a couple of days
Right.
before.
And if there are little typos, those can be adjusted. What if we just see a typo?
Yeah, that's fine.
But regardless, we're not voting on anything today.
No.
I'm gonna take off, sorry.
Okay.
Bye, Jeff.
I didn't frankly think this was gonna go this long, so I made plans.
Don't worry about it. We'll be here for a while. Don't
Have
worry
fun.
about us.
Have fun, I'm not gonna worry about it, you're good.
Okay, so we're not gonna vote. So do we get back to just looking at the draft?
Well, let's just be clear. We're gonna find out if we're gonna vote Monday,
Right.
right? Under the circumstances,
When will
we
we know whether or
won't
not
have
we're
it.
gonna vote Monday?
I think
Yeah,
I
you
think it
find
makes
out
sense for
email us
everybody
today.
to have it, but whatever. We'll
Yes.
find out. Now yeah, let's just go with it. Never mind.
Okay.
You can't find out today, 'cause- Yeah.
Well, we could take a break.
Yeah,
If you
can we
want to
take a
call,
break?
or do you want to?
It would be really helpful, because then we could really use the rest of today.
To finalize this.
Value time, and then I have Monday and Tuesday to get you the final form. And it'll include the stuff that they talk about sachems and all of that, but if we don't know, it'd be good if we could maybe take a break and check. I hate to put you under the gun like that.
We always did.
But you wouldn't need it, I don't think, or
It's
do
been
you
posted,
want
but I
it?
can cancel it.
Yeah, we can cancel that and
Change it to Thursday.
no,
It's not great to do that, but I can do it.
I think what we should do, frankly, if it were my druthers, we would have the meeting Monday, even if it's very short,
I agree.
because Jim has publicly stated he'd like to think about it. I think that's a good idea. Change some things today. Even if it's only 10 minutes now, we're not making any changes, we're good. Give George the go-ahead. We get the draft on Tuesday, we read it for 2 days, we vote on Thursday.
And if we see anything while we're reading the draft, we can
If
just
the applicant will allow this.
email George directly, like if we see what we think is a typo.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, frankly, you can look for typos in this document, and so it's only going to be reading the new stuff.
Right. I have a question on one of the
You
points.
want to adjourn so Marianne can go make.
Yeah, can we take a break some?
Okay,
that'd be
we'll take
Okay.
a break as long as Marianne needs it. As long as, I say we'll break for as long as you need.
And Mary Ann, it's just so that they have that final document before they actually vote, really.
It's a lot.
Just the Thursday, right.
It shouldn't really
Deadline's
make a
still the same,
difference.
yeah.
Yeah, anything illegal standpoint, it's just
The
clean.
tennis
It's
one,
just clean.
and I don't know if Rob wrote it back on.
He's like a
thing.
future Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, Rob wrote, not his future John
Yeah.
McEnroe.
Oh, yeah, he does look like
Well,
Chad.
maybe she doesn't feel.
Yeah, but remember, were you, and Rob was, yeah, he's gonna push up, like push over something, and I didn't say anything, but we went to like the lip sync thing or whatever the kids do, the karaoke thing with the
On
beat.
Friday.
Yeah, last year,
Yeah.
some little girl was singing Baby Sister.
Yeah, he just
Alright. Oh, Ed, I was gonna talk to him.
Normally wouldn't be an issue at all, like, who in the world's ever heard of it?
Well, yeah, but that's like.
These ones,
Okay.
like, they have the calls, like the split offenses and applicants responsible until, I mean, it's just a lot more detail. This is Sage and then Ruggus got the same thing, so I can send you the.
Because I trust you to tell me that we need to do that, but I also support the language, but if you think that
Well, I don't know, I mean,
would be helpful.
I just was looking at, like this again, this is the language of the buffer zone that they were talking about, that's so you don't have to waste your time trying to
Right,
find it, so I
okay.
can just email it to you.
That'd be great. So you bummed out this is coming to an end? Besides just the beginning.
How's your time away, Karen? Where'd you go? Or is it location undisclosed?
Disney World.
world or land? Well, land is out west.
I went to the one in California, I was not impressed, but I was also like 30 something.
Yeah.
I went there as a kid all the time. I loved it. From Hawaii, that's where we used to go. There in Knott's Berry Farm.
Yeah.
Oh
that's
yeah, I
right.
remember, I never went there, but
So
I
do you know-
remember hearing about that.
Do you know the, have you ever heard of that private club in Disneyland? That,
The one where the gator shoot up the kid?
no,
That's Florida.
in the Disneyland, there's a club that you wouldn't even know it exists, that, I saw this on TV, that Walt Disney created for all the movie stars, and then there's special memberships. Yeah, it's like a boom boom room. It's like,
Oh, really?
yeah, and, well, it's just like, there's like an elaborate bar and dinner, like it's a real exclusive club in the middle of
I
Disneyland.
would go to that, that sounds fun.
It's one of those you gotta be invited. He might have been. So on the utilities thing, so you know how, I think I asked you this, but are they letting more people now put them out front, like on that panel? Like I seem to
No.
be seeing it more.
Yeah.
And
Those are for
they-
larger things. I think like,
Can people just do it? It's not prohibited?
no,
Or is
you're
that-
supposed to screen it. I mean, you can certainly go in the setback.
I think they're bad. I mean,
Yeah, they're those,
they're
what are they called?
I'd rather see it on the side of the house,
Yeah, that's when
It almost looks like the temporary one
Yeah,
that they put up, but they leave it there.
I know.
Or they put nice mahogany.
It has to do with some, I mean, it's not just for your standard electric service. I mean, I only see it when it's like a, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of the jobs. We just recently put in a new service. It must be for a newer service. They require it, a CT panel. They're big,
Yeah,
yeah.
and HTC. they
Hasn't
they
said anything
do have
about those yet.
jurisdiction. Oh,
Well, they haven't said anything about those yet. I mean, maybe somebody will at some point consider them a structure,
yeah,
and then they would need to, but if they get considered a structure, you don't want it to be considered a zoning structure, because then it has to go outside the setback necessarily.
yeah, right, it's usually sitting in setback.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
I just thought, like, it's just people being weird about utilities coming on their property.
I think it more has to do with the electric company probably needing access,
Yeah,
and that it has to happen, like the one that we just put on in is on East Tristram's, and it's like right at the beat of the property. There was like an area where I think the National Grid wanted it to happen.
which I think they might even trump HTC, don't they, or if
I don't know.
utilities can kind of do.
I've never seen one of those panels show up at an HTC meeting.
Really.
You're talking
really-
about Monomoy?
No, well, I don't know. I don't know where you saw them.
I've seen them on Hummock Pond, maybe.
There's like a giant one on Monomoy. Oh, you're talking about the panels outside, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, like sitting at the roadside.
Yeah.
Like Alan and Claire's house has one, I don't know what that is. And then there's a couple others on Hummock Pond.
yeah.
Where did this come from? I still smell it.
They actually had, the HTC approved their solar panels. And the solar panels overhang the roof. I don't know how the HTC,
They probably didn't know that was,
maybe not.
maybe they weren't drawn properly.
And then they want to screen solar panels. That was the request. Well, if you screen a solar panel, you shade a solar panel. So,
Well, what they
used-
try to do
but
is
they
not
used to
have it,
wanna- Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say they prefer to have them, if they're,
Breaking down.
if they're,
Oh, no, that's a
black solar panels, they need to be on a black roof.
Oh.
And they generally don't like them facing the road.
oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I have them on my daughter's house, and they're all in the backyard. You might see them through the lots on fairgrounds, but it'd be very hard to see them.
That's an interesting point, though. Why should your neighbors want to know? As opposed to people driving down the road?
Well, that's the whole HGC issue, right? Why should you be able to build a house with inappropriate architectural details even if you can't see from the road, but some other neighbor has to look at the whole thing?
Doesn't make any sense.
So then you're gonna but if you make the neighbor's visibility part of the issue of the HGC charter, it'd be a nightmare.
Yeah,
All
then
I'm
they would.
saying is that the building should be appropriate no matter where they are and what you can see from where. Because the other one is vegetation. Well, you can't see from the road. You can't see my house from the road right now. If I pointed out every piece of vegetation, you'd be able to see it.
Kieran's got to stand up at your house and he can see it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
Deer stand.
The vegetation half the time, most of the time, is what precludes you from seeing it.
Right. Well, they try to make most things appropriate, no matter what.
That's all I'm saying.
Reasonably appropriate, but if you wanted a plate glass window on the inside of your house and it's only your neighbor that can see it,
Well, why should they never have to look at something
well,
inappropriate?
it can still look nice.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying I agree with
Right.
a lot of what the HCC does,
But you're saying that you would want the HGC to have everything always have to meet the requirement.
I don't think they should use that as a crutch to say,
I think they try to think about, well, the good news with lack of visibility is like you would never wipe down all your hedge because you don't want people to see you. So most people don't. I mean, you're not unique in that, in many ways, but that's certainly not in that way.
good one, Lisa.
Which section is it in?
I know, and you even bought me coffee today.
hey,
I know.
logs, a lot of them logs.
I should have gotten something to eat too.
We lost them.
He ran for the hills.
Did you get, I put your cord back
Yeah,
in there.
thanks.
Did you go to Disneyland World
Disney World.
I don't
for 2
believe
weeks?
you.
I don't believe
I don't
you.
believe you for a minute,
Why not?
because that's weird.
I love Mickey.
No.
Did you get the bracelet?
I did, and the
And-
ears and everything.
And the what do they have? Fried turkey legs or something?
Yeah.
We were, the first time I went there in Frontierland, I thought they were props. I thought the turkey legs were props. And these people were walking around with these giant.
Could you,
I've never been. And I
you could
never
go
want
there
to
with
go.
your ankle bracelet?
I never want to go.
No,
I'll
you
go
have
on.
to go.
I'll go
You
on
have to
record
go.
to say my parents never took me, and I'm not taking my
No, you have
kids.
to go.
I'm
You
not-
have to go.
No way.
I went once.
I'm with you, Susan, never can take.
Never.
I wouldn't have paid. My mother-in-law took us.
It's just no. I don't need.
No, it's actually, you know what? It was fine for 2 days.
2 days isn't bad. I just don't want to deal. Who's vomiting?
Did he just eat his second cookie, or his
Then he
first
might be
cookie?
vomiting.
Then he might be vomiting. Yeah, that's not a good idea.
I'm gonna get through this meeting without a cookie.
Did he say where it was from?
I told you he ran for the hills.
He left all his stuff here.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He's here.
Is Ed Marchand, in, on the phone or no?
No.
No, he's at graduation.
I have a wicked headache. I've had headaches for like 2 days.
You want some Advil? I might have some.
That would be awesome
Let me see.
if you do.
Yeah, I might have some. In one of my little pouches here.
Is Matthew graduate?
No, she's taking yet another year off next year.
Oh, she got in? She got into the program?
The expanding gap year. Doing the 6-year plan.
It's okay.
She's
Where
staying
does
in
she
the
go?
city?
Yeah, she's staying in the city
At your house?
at the neighborhood house now.
Oh, that's cool. Good.
She goes to school full time. It's a full-time program.
And then neighborhood playhouse?
Yeah.
So is she doing the behind the scenes production?
Benadryl, you certainly don't want
No,
that.
but, I mean,
You
I
have to
would,
apply
but
to
I'll
get
fall
into the
asleep.
second
That'd
year.
be
Yeah,
hilarious
so.
for all the viewers at home.
Yeah, we're excited. She moved further downtown. I mean, still up at Columbia.
Yeah. What, so she's near you, so she can do her laundry for free?
She's not anywhere near us. Not to mention, we don't have a washer and dryer.
Oh, you did that?
Well, you don't need one. In New York, you just take your stuff to
No,
get.
it's a pain. You go out and work out and your stuff's all nasty. I hang it in the bathroom, your wife can touch that. You know.
But
I
the
miss living in the city.
the
with
wash, dry,
like,
and fold
here you
is
go,
so
and they
nice.
just fold it.
No, I love trying to fold.
But I agree with you. There is that part
That was
about
my
like
one luxury
quick
in
things
Boston.
that you need to wash.
Yeah.
We can just wash it in the sink, in the shower.
I just,
You do that
I
all the
just
time when
wouldn't
we
work out.
travel. I never wash my stuff. Ray and I find every time we travel, we find a laundromat almost immediately. I don't have anything, sorry.
I did laundry when we were away in February. I did all the laundry before we left the hotel. It was $4 a load.
At
No,
the hotel?
I did it at the hotel. I
Wow.
had no laundry to do. I only had the laundry.
Remember when we did it in Barcelona? And the socks was like 12 euro.
Was it in Barcelona that we did it?
That's,
Oh.
I did it myself. If I had had the hotel wash the clothes, it would have cost me $3,000.
yeah,
Yeah,
Or I
exactly.
could walk down the hall to the laundry room and pay $4 to do it
Yeah.
myself. So I did it myself.
Okay.
So the update is council couldn't get any principal to get the answer that we wanted.
Okay.
But she'll keep checking. She'll let me know hopefully over the weekend or by Monday morning at the latest. So that the worst case scenario would be you just go ahead with deliberations on Monday. You do that vote that I'm recommending you do on the project. You hold that Monday, or Mary Ann will let me know that they have granted that extension to Thursday, in which case you can wait to vote until you have that final decision in front of you.
Okay.
So we'll know at 1 o'clock on Monday.
I need to
If
know
not
no later
before.
than Tuesday because I post my Thursday meeting, which I'm.
Well, yeah, you'll know by Monday morning. Hopefully Mary Ann will let me know.
Thursday a regular.
Yes, it is, at 1 o'clock upstairs because of lifeguard training. So all meetings next week are upstairs.
And what
Now,
is-
in the event the extension was granted, did you still want to have deliberations Monday?
Yeah, for a few
Yeah.
minutes,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
what time?
And we
One.
know that Jeff Can make Thursday.
1 o'clock, I think?
I assume.
planning to be back.
Cause it's a regular meeting.
Is it 1 o'clock on Monday?
1 o'clock on Monday.
Upstairs.
And 1 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
So, are we getting back to these? Yeah. Okay. What page
Should
were
we
you
start
on?
at the end and come back to where we are?
No, because I want to definitely say something about 25.
Okay.
25. K. There's a construction schedule identifying the sequence and approximate dates of all key stages of construction has been submitted. I don't think that has happened.
No, these are
This is a condition, go ahead.
conditions before
Oh, got it. So you say it
proceeding to
in the,
commencement of project.
so you say it in the,
It's stated in that tense.
in that tense.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I didn't,
I should note, some of the things noted by John Chesia, which I put in that placeholder, are somewhat blend into later conditions. A lot of what he had recommended were things, you know, prior to issuance of a building permit or occupancy permit. So in the final refinement, I'm gonna make sure that we have the same subject covered in the same place as opposed to it worded slightly differently in different sections, because that becomes very confusing. But I wanted to get before you, at least in this draft, what Chesia's overall recommended conditions were, and that comes sooner, but some of them get combined with later conditions preceding.
right, I did get some language. Did you print that stuff from Ed Marchand? No, Eleanor?
I did, it's in there,
Is it this?
it's in a pile, there's stock.
Additional conditions if not already included, this thing?
Yep.
That's the permit, just a bigger draft. Yes.
Alright, when we get to the, I just didn't know what we had. On page 29, if we're good with 25. No, totally bollocks, but the whole system is, did anybody have anything on 26, 27, or 28? No,
No.
on 29, on condition 87. There's no lots shall be sold to third-party builders, no vacant lots or lots containing partially completed buildings will be sold. No sales before issuance of certificate of occupancy. That is from sort of a typo standpoint, shouldn't say, have a verb in there. No sales may occur, something like that, before issuance of certificate of occupancy, or does that not matter?
I'm happy to add it.
Alright.
No sales may occur, no.
Shall occur, right?
Yeah, or shall occur, no sales shall occur.
Or you could just say all, well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
I didn't see anything else, quite frankly. And the only, well, this is something that I didn't read. In the, is there anything about well, is there anything about sort of, I don't think there is, about either one fencing the development, I guess, does it make sense to fence to the development off at some point, at least initially?
There's
Not
land.
still, not
Not
still
the-
needing
Well,
the
it's-
buffer.
Oh,
You're talking about it in front during the construction.
I'm talking about until they get the infrastructure, in,
Oh.
until they're building houses, and until they sell houses, really.
I think we did that at Sachem's, didn't we?
You had
Remember.
construction fencing.
Yeah.
They definitely separate, at Sachem's, they definitely separated phases with wire, chain link fence.
But I feel like there was fence, wasn't there fence on Surfside Road?
There may happen. All I'm saying is I think there should be something in there.
And does that relate to whatever phasing program they come up with? Right? I mean, you're not talking just along the road, you're saying if they're phasing the construction, you want to separate out.
Well, I would think that would be part of the phasing plan.
Right.
We're going to, because obviously if you're building in there, you don't want somebody's little kid wandering down into your.
Right.
That's more, no, I believe the applicant at one point said that that they were planning to put all the infrastructure. And once you put all the infrastructure in, it's just like any other housing development, arguably, where there might be a vacant lot that gets built on.
Susan thought you had stuff in the Sachem's
Yeah.
permit for that.
To do with phasing and construction fencing, and that was when they came back to modify.
So I guess we could answer the question when we get the phasing plan. I'm saying the overall development. We're just saying on
South Shore
there is
Road.
a 50-foot buffer too. But I would think again, from a straight up safety standpoint.
They'd want it, they'll, right.
Are they required to do that?
Well, I mean, they're probably required by their insurance company, but
Yeah.
we don't know.
Okay. If no one's. I mean, the only, and again, it had to do with, the thing about the back to the fencing and, sort of delineating just the area of work. Which I guess is done with the split rail fence on that buffer, is it should be clearly stated that you can't have construction vehicles staging out on, South Shore Road. I think that's important.
Didn't we talk about that in terms of, parking during construction and things like that? We
All the
talked about
parking
that
has to be inside,
within the development.
within the development.
Yeah, I don't know where that shows up here, but
I don't think it does.
yeah, we mentioned that.
I think something should be put into that effect.
On construction staging and fencing.
Yeah, I mean, in the, where is that put the,
Like around, on page 29 somewhere?
yeah.
Oh, actually, you have, I had in, before commencement of the project, they had to submit a detailed plan showing landscape improvements, limit of construction activity, edge of clearing, sedimentation, erosion control, soil stockpiling area, construction staging, refueling, for verification that the plans conform with this decision, and then tree protection, but all right, so what subjects are we adding? We're talking about, and I'll just check how much we have in here already and put it in the appropriate place. So you're talking about fencing around the development. You had talked during the deliberations of that you didn't want to require that.
Yeah, I'm thinking more just the, sort of the entrance to the development. So I'm on South Shore Road. I should not have unfettered access to the site. Again, I don't know why the developer wouldn't want this himself.
Well, they could do like with the like with that big playground they're doing on the land bank property on Old South Road. They've got like a
They have orange fencing, don't they?
yeah, they have orange fencing along where the undisturbed area is, and then they have at night they have like a big gate that they lock up so you can't drive a vehicle in there. I guess if you're a little kid you could kind of get in there, but
Again,
you
I
could just
mean,
require something like that.
yeah.
I feel like
guess
Sachem's had the same
maybe
thing.
you couch it in terms of, access to the site
Yeah.
has to be blocked at night.
Yeah,
or
the
when-
site needs to be
when-
locked up.
When construction's not under.
And then we made another statement about parking. Construction
Yeah.
parking has to be on the site.
So actually, And we have a construction schedule is required. And it needs to be submitted and approved by the board or its designee. Identification of contractors, staking driveways, drainage, well locations, placement of sediment and erosion controls, limit of construction fencing, identification of trees being cut, drainage, major states of roadway construction, excavating dates for building foundation, sewer and water line installation, inspection dates. Maybe we can add it there, that it should come in the construction schedule, right?
Well, it's not so much a schedule issue. I mean, again, it can be part of the final plan that they supposedly are going to submit, showing phasing and
Yeah, so it should be under this section about conditions precedent prior to commencement of, or conditions precedent to commencement of the project, right?
Yeah.
well, I would think it'd be more conditions related to construction. I mean, once
Yes, commencement of the project.
Are you talking
Well,
about?
the next section on page 29, George.
29.
Conditions relating to construction.
But then you have on page 33, 113, it says the applicant shall keep the site and adjoining existing roadway area clean during destruction. Debris and construction materials shall be removed. So wouldn't, if, well, I guess clean.
Which
isn't-
number are you on?
113.
Well, that's certainly where you want to put about parking, right? Would be in this this
Yeah, well, here
section.
it says 115, construction equipment shall not be parked or stored within 100 feet of any drainage channel, sorry.
Yeah, but you could just add it to 115 on the parking. No construction vehicles and no construction equipment or vehicles related to the construction to be parked on industrial road.
Right, you want to make sure it includes work
Where are
trucks.
you again, Ed?
Page 34, 115.
South Shore Road. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where you put the fences.
Yeah, okay.
You say, access to the site should be restricted to those that are. Yeah, I don't know why anybody in their right mind would do that. But I think the more important issue is they can't sort of take over South Shore Road and park there and be a nuisance, blah, blah. Okay?
Yep.
So let's look at, what Ed sent, some additional conditions. And I think most of this was just having to do with regulatory issues, some of which may have been already covered. With the mass limited monitoring agreement, I don't think we need to get into that to any great degree. I think, George, you need to just. Well, we can scan it. Yeah, okay. Number 5 is good.
When I checked in this morning, they had one seat left on that boat that Jeff just took. I checked with her, she said he had one seat left. 5:45.
I would propose that we just, obviously, George should take a look at it, we should look at it, and if there's something we don't like, I doubt there is. I mean, I talked to Ed about this, it's really just
Boilerplate.
regulatory, not boiler, yeah, it's boilerplate.
Did he send that to me?
It's an extra copy. Do you want?
I have that? No, it's okay if he sent it to me.
Came, I think this morning.
It was in the email that I got from Eleanor.
Oh, okay.
I think you were on the
You
original.
sent it to me.
I mean, here's language on number 14. Parking for construction workers must be on site and not on public ways. No construction vehicle parking should be allowed on South Shore Road. So
What number is that?
14.
14.
Oh, right.
So you can pick obviously the boilerplate needs to get in there,
Yeah.
and then I like the fact, which we did talk about snow removal. If the snow removal areas are not adequate, then this excess snow must be removed.
There's no additional parking spaces or areas constructed beyond those shows on the comprehensive permit plan. So that's good because, I mean, there's a limit to how much parking you want them to provide, probably. So these are just conditions he's seen on a lot of other.
Yeah, I think these are suggestions. Some of them are redundant with what's already in there. But I don't think all of them are.
Yeah, I'll incorporate those, but, or if they're a little bit duplicative, we'll just combine them with other.
Yeah, I think I talked about the notes I had from other.
Which one are you looking at?
No,
Her?
I'm looking at it.
I had some notes from there.
George,
Yeah.
is there language in here about the applicant shall request inspection? Some of this, in fact, the applicant shall request inspection of completed buildings by the HCC staff, and the ZBA hereby designates HCC staff as its agent to sign off on the building card, confirming that the structure meets the requirement of the final ZBA approved plan. Can we do that without their consent? We had talked about.
Wait, now, hold on.
That's
That
not
was, I put that in here
in- Is it?
differently worded, but,
That's fine.
so, no, it isn't. So let's just make sure we word it correctly.
Okay, what
So-
number is that?
It was, I put it in at, it's page 35, condition 121. And I'm happy to reword that as you did it, but that's what that was, HDC compliance coordinator.
I mean, this thing basically says this, or would we wanna say something like the ZBA designates the ACC compliance coordinator, the final approval of the plan for
What,
compliance?
what did you just read to me from?
I read to you from the Rugged Scott.
So
What
if
page?
you're happy with that, I can just substitute that for this.
I mean, I feel like we've already, that's what we did before, so.
Yeah,
Alright, I'll
What
send that to
page
you,
is it?
George,
7?
on page 7 of the Rugged Scott decision. And then again, on page 7, it has very good language about, I thought, about the buffer situation.
On page, is it on page 7?
Starts 1.6, this is the, talks about how you can go in, I believe, and do some things. Number, it has to do with surveying. This even talks about endangered species study. Related to that.
I had the same on page 10 for 2.7. That talks about the buffer,
Yeah, I did too.
and then,
Very good.
and then there's another one about, there's something about the split rail fence, but I think that was in, oh, that's in Sachem's path.
And George put language from Jeff in about the split rail fence.
The erosion control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this talks about the applicant, just about the applicant being responsible for maintaining the fence in good order until all of the homes of the development are constructed and sold, and then the homeowners association takes it over. When that, it's a permanent, I don't know if this is in ours, it's considered permanently protected, open space consistent with MGL, chapter 48, section 9, subject to whatever exceptions they have there. Yeah, so I think there's some good language that we already have that we can steal. And then, I told George that I would send him.
These?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know that I have all the ones that you have.
I'll do the same.
Okay. Because the equality in voting was in here too.
Yeah, that's where I got the equality voting.
And I think there's a lot more, I don't know if we can do the detail, but they both have provided more detail on the HOA. And I also thought their traffic language in Rugged Scott on page 16 was what we were searching for earlier, and we may have come to it on our own, but it just says traffic mitigation contribution of X dollars shall be deposited in a segregated account prior to the issuance of a building permit administered by the ZBA or its designee for traffic mitigation measures within a 1 mile radius of the site.
Well, some of the improvements weren't within 1 mile though, right?
Yeah.
That we were gonna be having them
I mean, it
contribute
doesn't
to.
have to be 1 mile, I'm just saying like that sentence seems like a, you know, solid sentence, whatever.
I don't get that though, the ZBA did traffic mitigation, I mean, how does that possibly make sense? But
Well, administer, I think, or its designee,
Yeah.
meaning like, it wouldn't be the
It-
ZBA, it would be
Ed
Yeah.
Pesci or somebody.
I
town.
just
I don't
don't,
remember anybody asking ZBA how to spend the 35,500.
No.
so maybe if we could just make sure I mean, if you want me to read through all those other permits, I will, but if you had some specific
just cut it out. I'll just
paragraphs,
cut it
because those are like,
No,
I
I'll
wouldn't
just-
have that in this,
I'll
but,
just cut out the one about the buffer.
Do we want, I did notice this in several decisions. Affordable units may not be rented and they must remain owner occupied.
Mm-hmm.
That condition shall be reflected in the deed rider. Is that a normal condition in the deed rider anyway?
right, it is, but what, can you read that to me again?
Sure.
We just read that, where is it?
This is in 3.2 on page 11. 3.2A, affordable units may not be rented and they must remain owner occupied. This condition shall be reflected in the deed rider. I'll send this to you, George. Rentals of market rate units shall be undertaken by an agent of the association so as to ensure compliance with the rules, regs, and standards governing the units. I'm not saying we have to include that, but do we want to include something like that? Seems to me to be a enforcement nightmare, but
Yeah, I don't, but
I don't really see it. How about 3.2B, no more than 2 adult persons per bedroom may occupy any of the units. This condition shall not apply to minor children under 18 years of age, except that in no case shall total occupancy of the units exceed 3 persons per bedroom, including adults and minors. That,
3 bedrooms
don't
per
like that
bedroom,
at all.
3 persons per bedroom?
well,
I think that's from the, I don't think we came up with that, I think that's from the deed rider and things that come, do you know,
it may be.
right? I think it's part of the all the paperwork that the affordables need to sign.
did you have counsel with that permit with the,
Right, 'cause I didn't
there
see
can
on
only
the
be
record
100
side.
kids per bedroom or something, what was that? Never mind. Never mind, if you,
I don't think we need that, but I think that there's like all the when you do all the affordables, the ones that they have to sign, all the deed riders and all the stuff they have to sign, I think it's in there.
Well, what do we eat? Well,
Okay, I had another one.
I mean, with respect to things about affordability restrictions, all that, I had quite a bit in the original permit. Ed looked at it, we talked about it a long time. He suggested revisions, he thought we were overreaching a little bit. The conditions we had as your town's 40B consultant gave him the good seal of approval in terms of not overreaching in terms of what you can condition for affordability restrictions and this and that. So if you think there's anything you want me to look at on that, I will, but I think we're, well protected on ensuring that, the 40B units remain 40B units.
Okay, in the Rugged Scott decision, I don't know if this is still applicable or not, but on page 14, 3.5.3, it talks about capping the administrative overhead number at $250,000 in this particular case. And I think if we're allowed to do that, in the original, or does that get into, was that before when you could look at the pro forma?
Yeah, you can run that one by Ed
I'll run
or
that
Sean. I don't think he would be happy about that provision, but
It has to be when you were able to look at the pro forma, because where else would you get all these numbers?
I think basically what this clause says is you can't quadruple or octuple dip. You can't be I don't know, this is a term of art of some sort of identity of interest circumstances that is regulated by DHCD.
yeah.
So the number in the pro forma wasn't it was in line with this.
If you want conditions like that, I would recommend you run them by Ed.
Ed?
Yeah.
How does everyone feel about that?
If it's still allowed, then we should have it in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine deferring to Ed, other things. I like it, but. And did we actually monitor that? Did we
I mean,
get a
I think
report
his
on it?
answer is going to be, it's going to be subject to the final regulatory agreement, but I'm not going to speak for him.
Yeah, I mean, it made the whole this was 06, so it was 13 years ago. Things have changed in terms of regulations.
can I ask you a question just off of that for a second? I was just looking at the minutes. At one point, and this goes back to the duplexes, we had talked about if the duplexes were all going to be next to each other, that we wanted them to be, we didn't want them to be identical. I think we talked about mirror imaging that. Do we want to put anything in like that, or just forget about that at this point?
You said they could have architectural variations as well, like different trim, different window treat, different
Yeah.
porch features.
Again, I mean, at a certain point.
We're going to look at the
yeah,
drawings
I would
again.
do that,
But-
but if the developer wants to have identical cookie cutter building, I don't know why you want that.
Well, and to your point, we'll be able to look at them again, and we can make we'll be able to make suggestions
Right,
or.
but I don't know that it needs to be a condition.
Okay.
If you wanna do something dumb, why would you wanna condition you from doing it? Again, I think that
You-
sound
Like
development
development.
would be,
Yeah.
but I don't know that it's really.
Well, okay,
something we
I'm
have
just
to
bringing it up just because you brought it up.
Yeah.
Asked if there are any concerns with the four identical buildings together.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right way to do it, but again, this is a contained unit. You're only in there if you're living there.
Right.
It doesn't go through somewhere, you can't drive from South Shore over to Narquata.
Okay, so we'll leave that. I was just reading these, so.
Does that make sense to you, George, to not get into that kind of,
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you stand as the HTC. That would
HTC.
typically be exterior
We just
architecture
talked,
features.
we just talked about mirroring buildings and things like that.
You're right, I'm sorry.
And even, I mean, and that even related to the single family dwelling units. You know, it's having some variation to them. But we did that through paint colors, window types, things like that. So,
Well, and the mixture,
right,
I mean, so you're not gonna have, ideally you wouldn't have A,
Four
B,
As.
C, D. Yeah, you wouldn't have four. And we will have to look at those plans. Do you, so I think your point's well taken about being the HTC, so.
I mean, but we'll have a chance to review the site plan again and make those comments, right?
Well, no, you
Yeah.
can review it for conformance with your decision.
Okay, so then maybe,
If you wanna add that to your decision, you better do it.
right,
Plenty of time to do it. You
Well,
could
let's just say the duplexes cannot, I mean,
unless they're interspersed within the development.
right.
If they're interspersed within the development, they can all look the same. But if they're in one row with each other, or that there should be some diversity in the architecture. Same thing would be for the fourplexes.
How do we say that?
I wonder if you can add a note to your markup, right? Aren't we attaching
Yes.
your
just
markup
put it
as
right on the
conditions?
What about if I mark up a site plan? Although we don't have the fourplexes in there.
No.
We
I
don't
could-
have any other options for the duplex architecture, is the problem.
Right.
I mean, we did talk about flip-flopping them or mirroring them, or,
I agree with George, why not just put it right on the HTC
Another
application,
red.
another red thing?
Okay. Do you have a red pen? I'll do it right now. Eleanor, do you have, thank you. And so I'll put on the fourplexes too,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, not that there's,
so if they're interspersed, then they can be the same, which one do you prefer?
oh, I got
Oh, you
one.
have
Jim
one.
gave me one. Thanks.
That's right.
Oh, you know what, this disappears. That's old. This is old.
did you see any exciting other, I do think in
The HOA,
this is a good one,
right now.
some other decisions.
The Abrams, the only three we have is Abrams.
No units shall be occupied, maybe it's in there already, no units shall be occupied as dormitories, employer dormitories, or like housing,
That's in the other ones too.
as such housing may be defined by the zoning bylaws. No more than 5 individuals unrelated by marriage are allowed to reside in any zone. I believe that's a zoning bylaw.
Well, you're granting waivers, anything that you're not granting a waiver of, you're reserving.
Right, so,
So if you're just picking and choosing out of various ZBL, zoning bylaw provisions, you don't need to do that.
okay,
But we do need to make sure that we specify, which we are, that anything not specifically granted is
Right.
denied.
you said that, didn't you?
Many times, yeah, in the decision and in the waiver. It'll be in the waiver chart too.
Um, let's see, I guess.
I didn't really look too hard at Abrams Quarry, thinking that we had gotten better. Abrams Quarry had a lot of the same as the Rugged Scott, about, had the same language about the no more than 2 adults per bedroom.
I think that is in the zoning bylaw.
I think it is too, it's somewhere.
Bond is in there.
I think it was actually in that district that doesn't exist anymore, that was like what 30 acres is, it's like it had like the multifamily overlay district. That doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about the multifamily overlay district?
Yeah. right?
That's out Nobody Farm Road.
Yeah, and the 30 acres, it was that district too, but it's not, I think that went away.
It did.
Yeah. Because I think that's what I think that's what this is referencing.
I don't know how much we have to get into the whole homeowners thing, other than setting up when the homeowners take over versus the developer.
Yeah, I mean, they both the Rugged Scott and State Gyms talked about the $250 per unit
Right.
that they put in.
We
And
should do that. A dollar amount, George, for, I think, setting up the homeowners account.
I mean, I think I think both of these decisions kind of mirror each other in language, and they both did the exact same thing. So I don't
Okay.
see why we wouldn't just do the exact same thing for this one.
Yeah, Ed Marchand told me that he had been looking for homeowners provisions, so,
All right, I can send you those
yeah,
that are in here, and then you and Ed can look at them and
yeah.
check what's relevant.
Alright. Anything else?
Well, this is interesting here on Rugged Scott. Do you have page 5? Conditions, but it's.
They were more specific. So, I mean, the collection was specific, but I think we talked about that.
Yeah.
All right, does anybody want to stay longer?
Did you have a different approach than what you saw?
Well, back to the,
Because
No.
I'm still unsatisfied about what we're doing with traffic mitigation, so.
well,
we
it
had-
just goes on, there were things that were specified on the Rugged Scott, a bus pullout,
Well,
cost of Fairgrounds Road, Old South Road intersection reconstruction, so these things must have been in the
Yes.
pipeline. And that's how they came up with their number.
yeah, no, you haven't had that here.
No.
And you don't have like a thing like they can only take a left turn coming out and they'll put up a yield. You haven't had those types of discussions. And
But it does say.
But should there
Should
been
there have been?
discussion?
Well, if there
We never got to
was
the
some
opportunity.
fix other than what the consultants came up with, that would have helped.
Right.
Site specific, I mean, sometimes that will come up, but
But
they
we
just
can-
talk generally about the nearest intersection.
But we are saying that we require X dollars to be,
We are gonna say that in our decision.
but we don't really, so, but this is, I feel like this is better language maybe that says, like, explaining it.
I'll read it to you, George. To mitigate the traffic impacts identified in B, which, I don't know what, B above, okay. Go on to the,
I haven't started with page 5. But it doesn't matter, it just says,
the ZBA shall believe the construction of interior sidewalks, construction of Scott's Way, the extension of the bike path along the Scott's Way are minimum requirements necessary to ensure vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle safety to and from the site. In addition, off-site improvements are warranted because of the project's impact on traffic in the immediate area. The ZBA hereby requires a contribution of $35,555 placed in a segregated account prior to the issuance of a building permit, administered by the ZBA or its designee, traffic mitigation measures within a 1 mile radius of the site. So,
Yeah, but essentially you're doing the same thing,
Yeah,
but I don't know why you designate the ZBA as the.
No.
well, other than that, I just think it's sort of.
And you didn't do any site-specific things like that.
Wasn't there something about extending the bike path, a
we did
sidewalk?
talk about extending the bike.
Yeah, on that side of the road, so it goes up to the actual existing crosswalk?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
not there on that side of the road? Oh, I see.
No.
No, you have to cross over to
No,
get to the bike
And I'm
path.
pretty sure that came up in meetings, it was cited, and I don't know if it's in that,
That's where I
Select
said we
board letter,
never
but-
got to this
Yeah.
discussion
And I
level.
thought they were gonna
Yeah.
weren't they gonna put a crosswalk too, to go from
So
there?
we wanna add that.
All right, yeah, I do think we talked about it, and we should add it, because there would be a bike path or pedestrian path.
Is it possible to get those meeting minutes? I'm
I
sure they
didn't-
exist.
I went through all your meeting minutes and
Yeah,
they,
we can just add it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
not really,
There wasn't a lot.
no, not on that. But
I remember a discussion about it.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we
I thought
definitely
the
discussed it, but it
plan,
was
I thought
very
the,
brief.
I thought we were talking about having a crosswalk to go across to the other bike path, plus a bike path to go up.
So that if you wanted to
And
get
then-
onto Surfside Road heading into town,
And then is there a cross, then you,
why wouldn't you just be able to get out and go right and then cross over at the end of South Shore Road? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side of the street. Hold on a second.
No,
You'd have to
I think
cross
the
over.
bike path makes sense to.
Yep. On that side of the road.
was that an issue because it's our buffer zone?
No, would that be in the, yeah, I mean,
They'd have to maintain a buffer zone, plus add the bike path. But then would they have to extend it all the way down to,
who came up with the proposal? Was it a?
I think it was just discussion comments during a meeting that it was brought up, and we all said, oh yeah, I think that's a good idea.
that was even brought up in the the coordinator review at the beginning, I remember Mike Burns, maybe in DPW said something, so.
Do you think it's in there somewhere?
I can look, I have the minutes of that.
Yeah, if you could, and then just,
okay, the plan shows, the plan does show crosswalks. It's not showing sort of like that.
So you cross over to get to the bike path on the other side.
I mean, there is a bike path on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
You know, there's not two bike paths on any road.
And is there a bus stop anywhere there? Like,
I doubt the bus comes
it's
down
just gonna
South
sit,
Shore
you
Road.
just have to
Probably-
get, you have to walk up.
But the school bus will eventually, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing a continuation of the sidewalk to a crosswalk at both entrances. So again, George, if you are not comfortable with the plans are inadequate representation, we would reiterate that those have to be done, but
You could just have a general note that sidewalk and crosswalk improvements have to be done per the submitted plan.
per the comprehensive permit plans, if it's depicted on,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do we have
Quite
to,
frankly, there's not enough room, and you run to continue the bike path. If this plan is an accurate representation, which I suspect it is, there is not enough room to continue the bike path in the road layout from the top entrance to Surfside Road, because you ultimately,
you get to other people's,
you get into
they've got to get
Costas
easements.
and Vilma
Right.
Ladakis' properties.
Well, that's why using the
Maybe that's why
crosswalks
we
to get to the
can-
other
Right.
side of the
Yeah.
street
I'm
makes
comfortable
sense.
with the crosswalks.
But what about, to Eleanor's point of needing to provide a place for bus stop? Because at some point, if this development is built, there will be a need for a school bus.
Well, the school bus,
They don't have a bus stop though, they just
they
stop.
don't
Yeah, they
come
just-
into the
They
development,
just stop on the road.
Yeah, cause then you
Okay.
can pass
you know,
one.
and they have the lights, you have to stop and.
Well, that's true. There's not like this
On Milestone Road now,
The scenic
Right.
overlook,
bus pass, oh yeah, the scenic,
I like that.
scenic view. I'm good with
I like all the animals out there. There's so many more animals in there now.
They come and go.
Hmm?
The animals come and go.
Monday our meeting is at
1 o'clock upstairs.
Okay.
1
I think
o'clock.
we're, I think we're,
Hey, Jim.
we're
One
nearing
o'clock.
saturation.
I got it.
but I think you've exhausted it, haven't you, about all the things
No,
we
we're
want?
gonna beat it tomorrow Monday.
So it's Monday we're upstairs and Thursday we're upstairs.
Correct. There's,
No,
what,
I
like,
think we're pretty much there. I think we're definitely there, and stuff has just become a little odd to me. And hopefully the applicant will give us the bill.
Do we want to approve these minutes?
make a motion to adjourn?
And now we all know.
Yes, I'll make a motion to.
Can you just, though, before you adjourn, let's talk about option A and option B.
Yeah, let's talk.
So option A is the developer will hopefully give the extension to Thursday. Again, no extension of the filing deadline of Friday, but the deliberations and vote by Thursday. If they give that, you're gonna have, for some unknown reason, you're gonna have further deliberations without me here, but I will be available by phone if you want me. And then,
We'll make,
under
make
option
you the
A,
stenographer on Monday.
you don't have to take a
You're good at
vote
taking
Monday.
notes.
I will get you a proposed final draft in accordance with the consensus that you reached today by Tuesday.
Right.
You will have that for a couple of days to look at and have a vote on that and the decision on Thursday.
Right.
Option B, the disfavored option, which hopefully we won't have to deal with. Mary Ann will get us the right answer on that. Option B would be, you go ahead in your deliberations and you vote on the you vote a decision on the project. A decision meaning, I move to approve the project with the following conditions, together with the other conditions discussed during the deliberation, something along those lines, so that you have a vote within in a timely manner, and then we'll follow that with the written decision. And I would also, and Monday, you'll also want to authorize the chair to work with council to do a final decision to be filed with the town clerk.
Are you here Thursday if that option is able to be exercised?
I'll have to check, I could be, maybe, I think, if I move stuff around, maybe, yeah.
If not, I think Thursday would literally that would be part of the regularly scheduled meeting, and we would just vote.
Yep.
Now, let me ask you this, George, if somebody finds
And by the way, I would prefer to do it that way. I really hope Mary Ann
Yeah.
just gets
All right,
that
well-
additional extension, because that would be better for you to just have a final to look at, to be sure.
And if we find something on Tuesday or Wednesday night, as we're nodding off, can we just send something to you, or? Yeah.
And please CC me.
Yeah. I'm good with that. Is everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did someone make a motion to adjourn?
No.
I thought I did.
She did, and I interrupted it,
Yeah.
because I just wanted to.
It
get-
was, she was
And thank you
usurped.
for the cookies, but
I second that.
no more Monday, please. My,
All right, the motion's
Monday's gonna
made
be
and
nice and quick,
seconded,
right?
adjourned. Any further discussion? No, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you.
aye. Thanks.